Good. Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. State Secretary, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the annual Russia conference of the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs, which is actually the 30th of its kind. My name is Kristin Fjæstad. I'm a senior researcher and head of the research group on Russia, Asia, and international trade at NUPI. We are delighted to see so many familiar faces and also some new ones in the audience today. Welcome also to those following the conference online. The entire conference is streamed and will be available on NUPI's YouTube channel afterwards. First, some necessary practicalities for the in-house audience. You can find the emergency exits marked on both sides of the room. And the bathrooms you can find across the hall outside and to the left and then again the left. Today's conference has the title Wartime Russia, Weak or Strong. Russia's war against Ukraine has caused major changes both inside and outside of Russia. First and foremost, it has tremendous and devastating effects in Ukraine. It has changed European security and foreign policy, as we will discuss later today in panel 3. The war has also had significant impacts inside Russia, affecting society and its relations with the state, as well as the economy. To discuss these questions today, we have invited prominent scholars and rising academic stars to present new research on developments in Russia. We will have 3 panels and a keynote speech by Professor Timothy Frye. There will be time for questions and answers from the audience in all sessions. Lunch will be served in the hall outside, and there will be time during the breaks to hopefully continue our discussions. The conference ends at 3. Russia's authoritarian turn and the war has also had important consequences for our opportunities to do research in and on Russia. What is really happening in Russia today, and how can we know? We hope and believe that today's conference will provide some answers to these questions and also pose new ones for us to continue to seek answers to. New, independent, deep, and critical research on Russia is particularly important for Norway as a neighboring country. But the need for knowledge on Russia today is not limited to academia. It is also important for Norwegian policy and decision makers and for the Norwegian society. We are thus very grateful to have State Secretary Eivind Petersson from the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs with us to give some opening remarks. Welcome, State Secretary. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And a very good morning to you all. I would like to start with a point that I have lost count how many times I've heard our current Prime Minister make. And I think many of you have heard it before as well. And that is simply that from the Norwegian side, we take pride in the fact that we were one of the few countries that maintained our Russia expertise even throughout the optimistic 1990s. Because we cannot escape our geography, we cannot choose our neighbors. And after the Putin regime chose to pursue a war of aggression and a full-scale invasion of one of its other neighbors, it has obviously become more difficult to maintain and develop expertise and understanding of everything Russia. But it has become no less important. Russia will remain a major challenge in the foreseeable future. And knowledge and experience on Russia and how to interact with Russia in changed circumstances will continue to be of great importance, especially to neighboring states such as Norway. This is also personal to me. I spent my childhood growing up, and I've checked, 6.9 kilometers away from the Soviet and then the Russian border. And on Friday, I'll be traveling back to Chechnya as we mark the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the eastern part of Finnmark by Soviet forces. But today, even with limited interaction between our two governments, there will from time to time be need for contact. For example, when handling incidents or accidents. And speaking from my perch in the Foreign Ministry, such matters are often related to the High North, including the maritime domain. For example, this summer's prisoner exchange, the helicopter accident on Svalbard, or the fact that the Bilateral Fisheries Commission is meeting again this week over video conference. At the same time, we need to have the competence and capacity to follow and analyze Russian hostile behavior and to stand united with allies and friends in deterring and countering the Russian regime. There's a need for a finely attuned and effective public diplomacy, as well as silent diplomacy, when managing issues in our relations with Russia. Russia expertise and a high degree of general knowledge about Russia play a crucial part in the effective conduct of both. Now, the major challenge is, how do we maintain and even build expertise in an era with very limited contact with Russia? There's a need to think creatively about that question. Because it is in Norway's national interest to have research institutions, and that's institutions in plural, civil society with Russia expertise and experience. And let there be no doubt, speaking on behalf of the Norwegian government, we respect academic freedom. Civil society should and is free from government interference. My point, simply, is that it is a question of national interest of Norway that we have Russia expertise beyond just the foreign service or our intelligence service. On the Norwegian government side, we have started thinking about how to deal with this challenge. Going forward, we're interested in tapping into experiences and ideas from allied and partner countries as well. And one track we are working on is how to increase interest in applying for Russia-related studies. We worry that many potential future Russia experts are reluctant to go down that path due to the limited career prospects. And there's a need to talk up such studies to make them more attractive. Another track is to coordinate and tie more closely together the remaining expertise, both in academia and civil society and government. And we're looking at ways to create more opportunities for contact and experience sharing across institutions and government offices. And here we would also like to explore synergies with like-minded countries, including in the framework of international organizations. And I would also like to highlight the role that academia and researchers play. By identifying and acting on gaps in our knowledge, you contribute to bringing expertise forward and spreading it far beyond your own institutional circles. And this conference is, of course, an excellent example of how this happens in practice. And I would like to encourage you all to continue looking for opportunities to develop your research and share your knowledge. Our government has decided to dedicate specific funding to our joint efforts to maintain and develop Norwegian expertise on Russia. In the government budget proposal for 2025, 33 million Norwegian kroner is allocated for this exact purpose. And we are in discussions with partners such as NUPI on how we can best proceed. In general, I encourage a broad and inclusive dialogue among all stakeholders here in Norway and among our allied and partner countries on how we best can build our Russia expertise. It will be an important success factor when navigating through challenging times ahead. And today's conference, with all the excellence gathered here in this room as speakers, panelists, and participants, will be a perfect occasion to kickstart this discussion. Thank you very much for your attention, and all the best for today's conference and for the important work ahead. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Natalia Moen Larsen. I'm a senior research fellow at Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. My research mostly focuses on domestic developments in Russia, and it is my pleasure to introduce panel 1 to you. This first panel will present new research and different angles on state-society relations in Russia 2.5 years after the onset of Russia's full-scale invasion on Ukraine. And as Kristin said, and I'm sure we all agree, that the consequences of this war have been enormous, and that research has also been affected. Many, including myself, are wondering how we can at all do research on Russia today. What can we actually find out? And this panel will give you some answers. The setup will be as follows. Each panelist will have 10 minutes individual presentation, And after that, we'll have a plenary group discussion up here, and there will be an opportunity to ask questions from the audience. So it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker today. It is Margarita Zavadskaya, who is a senior research fellow at Finnish Institute of International Affairs. And the title of her presentation is Decoding Russian Public Opinion, Balancing War Support and Peace Talk Sentiments. Margarita, the floor is yours.
So good morning, everyone. First of all, it's a great honor to be the very first speaker at the NUPI's annual conference, so I'm extremely thrilled and nervous a little bit, so I will actually take a sneak peek at my notes from time to time to still stay within the, oops. You don't need that. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, that's really good. Okay, so my presentation today will focus on the Russian public opinion regarding the war in Ukraine, what's going on there with political attitudes, and especially with the focus on the attitude towards hypothetical peace negotiations or peace talks. Of course, these questions are not on the table at the moment. I think it's quite obvious, but we're still probing the Russian public. So what's the reaction and actually how these moods swing depending on the ongoing developments in the battlefields and political developments inside Russia and outside Russia. I'll be sharing the findings from the panel study of Russian public opinion and attitudes, a project that is conducted by the University of Helsinki and the Alexander Institute. I'm also a proud affiliate of that university, together with FIIA. And before diving into our findings, I'd like to clarify 3 important points. The first one, I do not claim that public opinion can predict political changes, so it's not a divination exercise by no means, right? Or we cannot predict the longevity of the Russian political regime or any serious political upheavals or protests or revolutions whatsoever. Second, public opinion in authoritarian settings should not be interpreted the same way as exit polls or electoral ratings originating from democratic contexts. So because for a very simple reason, political elites are not accountable to the people, as simple as that. And finally, although I'll be discussing respondents' attitudes towards hypothetical peace negotiations, again, this does not apply that peace talks are currently on the table. Okay, so without any further ado, let me switch to the fresh from the oven data. This is an overview of public support for the war in Russia. So our data from July 2024, that shows that support remains high. It's not as high as Levada and other reputable independent pollster reports, but still these data are comparable. They also kind of can be triangulated with other ongoing research. Timothy Frye is going to develop and talk about that in a while. I really hope and looking forward to that. So though many respondents either refused or to answer or expressed uncertainty, I think these figures are still quite striking. So our fresh findings from the telephone representative survey that we conducted last week, this is online survey from July, and the more fresh data from October actually reports 54 support, like unambiguous support for the ongoing war. All the rest are split between don't knows, refuse to answer. We intentionally introduced a category to allow people to sort of avoid uncomfortable question and to see how it kind of changes over time. So, and also we also look into what groups of populations actually switch from one category to another, because our data are of panel nature, so we can keep track within respondents, fluctuations and changes. So I think it's probably one of the biggest value of this project. So 54%, it's still a lot, but it's not 80. To capture more candid opinions on sensitive issues, we employ the so-called list experiment, following the footsteps of, again, Timothy Frye and his colleagues. This is a method that compares responses to direct and indirect questions to account for potential sensitivities and preference falsifications. So this helps us identify hidden attitudes, if there are any, and basically to check whether people lie or they do not lie. What we found out, so there are no large-scale preference falsifications, sort of corroborating previous findings. So Russian respondents do not lie, but it still doesn't say that they kind of do not seek the ways to sort of avoid uncomfortable questions. So look at the categories: do not know and refuse to answer. So another interesting finding is the gender gap when it comes to support for the war. With men showing higher levels of support than women, this may reflect, obviously, men's closer association with military service and national defense, while women might be more concerned with the economic and humanitarian costs of the war, right? Because females are probably represents a more vulnerable group of the Russian population, so when they hit harder by the economic grievances, the loss of breadwinners, etc., etc. As an example, one can recall the women's protests, Ekaterina Andreeva, for example, 1 year ago, which took place on the eve of the presidential elections in Russia. So here we see a significant number of respondents either refusing to answer the question, so 50%. This is a dynamic indicators from the previous wave before the presidential elections, and the second wave is from July, so we see that the numbers are quite stable. And also what is quite striking, the number of respondents who said that they do not know or they don't know the right answer, it's 22%. It's not ignorance, it's not being apolitical, it's intentional and unambiguous refusal to respond, to react to this question. I think it's important for us to understand how this amplified support for the war is constructed, right? So I think it speaks into one of the potential mechanisms, how it works. So despite strong support for the war, we still found that, and this is the next slide, around half of our respondents also expressed support for hypothetical peace talks. This result is consistent with recent surveys by Levada Center, the Chronicles Project, or Extreme Scan Project, independent pollsters still operating in Russia. They also report about around 55–60% of Russians indicating that they would favor, one way or another, some sort of negotiations. Although an important caveat here is that some of the polls do not specify the conditions under which these negotiations actually can take place. Some of them, for example, Chronicles say that, would you support the immediate removal of the Russian troops from the Ukraine and from the occupied territories? Although it's not specified which territories are occupied, right? Crimea is a very specifically sensitive question, or Donbass, etc., etc. Probably by default, Russian respondents would think of Kherson and like newly occupied or acquired from the Russian perspective territories. So this is an important caveat to bear in mind. Well, on one hand, it shows that the belligerent patriotic narratives or wartime propaganda continues to hold sway. On the other hand, the presence of war fatigue and economic pressures, I don't show any figures on that, but I'm ready and willing to comment on that too, suggests that a significant part of the population is open to exploring alternatives, so to speak. However, we need to look deeper into the mechanisms that shape public opinion authoritarian regimes. And for example, using endorsement experiments or elite cues experiment is another useful, potentially productive avenue for exploring this. And I hope I still have time, and let me share one of the fresh data from our recent research together with Kirill Shamiev and Riza Brooks. It speaks to also how public opinion may operate under non-free, politically constrained conditions. So in authoritarian settings, public opinion is more susceptible to elite narratives, right? These elite cues reflect the safe interpretation of political process or whatever is going on around the respondents. So acting as a proxy for what citizens believe is acceptable or is safe to pursue or say out loud. So here you can see the example, the template we use as one of our textual vignettes. We run several experiments, but it's just one of them. So our method isolates the effect of military and diplomatic endorsements. So there are military elites and there are civilian elites, both positive, negative, some of them endorsing the potential peace negotiations and other ones actually opposing that proposition. So we randomly divided the sample of 3,500 respondents into 5 groups. One control group received no endorsement. 2 groups received positive endorsements, either from military elites or diplomats supporting hypothetical peace talks, and 2 groups received negative endorsements, either from military elites or diplomats opposing hypothetical peace talks. So, and finally, this is the last slide. So I decided not to bombard you with plenty of data, although we're sitting on a huge pile of empirical data, and it's really hard. That's why I'm reading, otherwise I will deviate and will tell you all sorts of anecdotes we have. So this plot shows the results of the endorsement experiments, while military and diplomatic elites opposed hypothetical peace talks. Support for negotiations dropped significantly. So as soon as respondents face conflictual vignettes or treatments, so they become more belligerent in a sense, right? So in contrast, positive endorsements for peace, for example, had very little effect. So this can be explained by the so-called negativity bias, very well known in from political psychology. So negative information draws much more attention. So we react strongly, stronger to such, I would say, treatments and interventions. On the other hand, the mechanism can be a little bit different, because when it comes to the peace negotiations in the Russian context, all Russian propaganda was about we are winning and we're about to win the war and we're about to have like so many gains and Russia is going to prosper. But when it comes to all of a sudden about negotiations, it can be perceived as a potential defeat. That something bad is happening and that things are out of control. And we also kind of sort of tap into existential security. Again, for those response who do consume regularly Russian television and do believe or tend to trust more to whatever information is coming from the Russian media outlets. So finally, to conclude, so what does this tell us about whether Russia is strong or weak? From the public opinion's vantage point, so first, it's clear that there is no 80% of people who actively support the war. There are no people marching in the streets, so to speak. So many people are simply going with the flow, influenced by negative elite cues, all sorts of propaganda. But again, propaganda preaches to the converted. It has a very limited potential to convert those who actually already have some doubt in their heart, right? Second, this also means that in the event of exogenous shocks or some surprises, the regime, or especially the ongoing war, are not going to get an overwhelming support. So people would surrender, they would actually take whatever. They would go with the flow. Public opinion in this case is more reactive and reflects inertia. It's by no means a harbinger of drastic political changes. So we should really stop doing this divination exercising, looking at the Levada polls or looking at any other polls, because again, they capture yesterday's picture. They do not predict the future, and they never predict the future. So I think I should stop here. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Margarita, for your insights. Our second speaker today is Svetlana Yerpelova, who is a researcher at the University of Bremen and also works for Public Sociology Laboratory. And she will talk about typical ways of war justification in Russia. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Really honored to be here today. And in my 10 minutes, I'm going to talk about people's attitudes to the war as well. And specifically, I'm going to focus on how war perception is related and can even be partly explained by people's perception of the state and authorities in power. And I'm going to do it based on the large-scale qualitative research by a Public Sociology Laboratory. So we conducted 3 waves of data collection in spring 2022, fall and winter 2022, and finally in fall 2023. And we collected a lot of so-called in-depth interviews, and during the 3rd stage of data collection, we did ethnographic fieldwork in 3 Russian regions. You can see it on the slide. You can learn more about the research using this QR code later, maybe. And important remark, here today I will only be talking about people who generally support the war, especially when they are asked directly about it, but who are at the same time not core war opponents. So they do not really have consistent position on the war. And our data shows that these people can talk about the war in 3 different modes or regimes. Sometimes they can even switch between them during the same conversation. And each of these modes or regimes presupposes a particular relationship between the people and the state. So the first one, in the mode of engaged justification, people identify with the state against outside world, and they emotionally justify why we, meaning Russia, is morally right fighting in Ukraine. To the contrary, on the mode of criticism, people counterposition themselves to the state and see the state action being directed to them, to regular people, and see kind of war, criticize the war as harming them, regular Russians. As you can see on this quotation, they are sending our boys to the war. And finally, in the mode of distanced justifications, people disidentify from the state without counterpositioning themselves to it, and basically assume that state knows better how to do their business, and they, regular Russians, should mind their own business. And in the rest of my presentation, I will focus on this last mode or regime, distanced justifications. So to begin with, there are two main dispositions towards state or authorities lots of people like that share. The first one is this feeling of powerlessness, inability to affect states' decisions, which leads to people's withdrawal from participation. This example here, it's an informal conversation which happened at a so-called girl party in the city of Черемушки in Sverdlovskaya Oblast. At some point, participants of the party started discussing upcoming, at this point, presidential election in Russia, and it appeared that no one is going to vote. And let's see how one of them, Alena, justifies it. She says, "I don't see the point. Everything is already decided in advance. Whether you vote or not, it seems to me it doesn't matter." So although she does sound quite critical, her solution is not to oppose it or to protest. Her solution is to avoid participation. Another disposition is this fear of change to the worse, which leads at the end to loyalty to the status quo. Example here is one of the conversation our researcher had with a taxi driver, and the taxi driver here says, Volodya, meaning Putin, is just holding on to his position, not doing anything. Again, it looks quite critical towards Putin, right? But then he continues, but if you remove Volodya and put someone else in his place, it's unclear what would happen. So let's keep it as it is. Basically, we see that these people are not happy with the various aspects of state politics, but they learned to justify it anyways. How do they do it? For example, they can identify problems very well in detail, but just avoid attributing responsibility for them to anyone. Basically present this as it's just happening. Or they can normalize the situation, suggesting that, well, it was or it is always like that. Example here, it's an excerpt from interview with a woman who works in election commission, and she notices and discusses here in interview the fact that this option of voting against everyone disappeared from electoral ballots some time ago, and basically it was one of the legal ways for people to express their discontent, right? And she is not happy with that, but let's look how she talks about it. She says, this is the reality. They set boundaries for us. They always put us within certain limits, no matter what. You come to work and they say, we have a dress code, for example. You're not going to intentionally break it just because you don't like it, right? You have to learn how to navigate it. Or they can rationalize the situation, assuming that authorities do know better what they're doing. Another quotation here, let me start from the middle of this quotation. So this guy is student, he says, that's higher up. Those are all Putin's decisions. They don't ask us. We don't want some reforms. We are against them, but they say it has to be done, and that's it. They do it. So again, looks quite critical, but let's now look at the first sentence, and he says, I don't think it's for us to decide whether the war should have been started. That's higher up. Those are all Putin's decisions. So now we see that actually he says it in order to justify not intervention, to justify that the authorities know better what to do. And now back to the war. So in February 2022, many Russians were caught by surprise by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and they had to invent some ways to reconcile with it. And we could see now that at least part of the war justifications were not invented or created from the scratch and were not even directly borrowed from propaganda. People just started to justify war similar to how they used to justify other unpleasant decisions of their state. For example, they may support continuation of the war, not because they actually approve what's going on or like it, but because they fear that losing the war can be even a greater catastrophe. Or they can describe different terrible events happening during the war, but they avoid attributing responsibility for it to anyone. So basically, war is presented here as a natural catastrophe or occurrence, which is terrible, but with which we just cannot do anything, like on this picture here. Or they can normalize the situation, suggesting that wars happen all over the world, they're a normal part of global processes, although terrible, of course, and we just need to learn to live in a world like that. Or they can, of course, rationalize it, assuming that state or authorities know better what they're doing, and there must be a reason for this war, even if they, ordinary people, don't know this reason. And I'll stop here.
Thank you so much, Svetlana. So it is my pleasure to invite our third speaker on the stage. It's Jeremy Morris. He is a professor at Aarhus University, and the title of his presentation is Fictive Kinship and at the Nexus of Paternalist and Neoliberal Corporatism, question mark.
Question mark. Yeah, always put a question mark in your talk. Okay, thank you, everybody. And Rita and Sveta have already done a lot of my work for me. Following on from Sveta's talk, right at the outset, I can say that most of the people that I engage with in my ethnographic work on Russia have very conflicted and inconsistent opinions about the war, even in the same conversation, as Sveta said. And so we were asked by NUPI to think about sources of social cohesion, right? And so I thought, because I knew that my illustrious colleagues with much better data on public opinion would be already talking about these topics, that I would talk about something a little bit different, which is to think, okay, so we know now that Russians know that they have no sources of political representation, so why would they seek social cohesion through political engagement? There can be no meaningful civil society either. Second source of social cohesion, some kind of welfare state compact, right? You know that the state will look after you, and that provides some source of incorporation into the body politic. That's also not possible in Russia. We know that, right? The third form, then, would be a tried and tested state of affairs that actually goes back to the Soviet period, if not before. And that would be looking to employment relationships, enterprise incorporation as a form of cohesion. And so that's where the term paternalism comes in. So there's a big literature on Soviet enterprise paternalism. The Soviet state delegated huge social and economic functions to the firm or enterprise. At the same time, of course, we do not live in the Soviet Union anymore. We live in what some people, including me, argue is one of the harshest neoliberal state capitalist regimes in the world. And we can also see that from the adverts for people joining the war. And you can see this has been translated, but this is a real advert in the Moscow metro offering people 5 million rubles to join up and fight in the war. So Today I'll talk a tiny little bit about one small element of my new book, which is coming out in the new year, Everyday Politics in Russia, From Resentment to Resistance. And I'll be talking, and I talk in one of those chapters about this question of what paternalism means today. Because, let's face it, for most of the people, and we already heard about that from our previous speakers, for most of the people, they want to keep the war away from themselves. They want to hunker down, bunker down, avoid the war. Mobilization or volunteering for the war is not a viable economic or social strategy for 90% of the population, maybe 95% of the population, right? If we look at the number of people volunteering, it's very, very small. In fact, this is the source of most of Russia's problems. They cannot persuade people that fighting, volunteering, joining the army is a viable form of social incorporation in Russia. So some of the things I talk about in this part of my book is different forms of response to this challenge. And we can kind of use the word entrepreneurialism as well to think about the agency of ordinary people as they negotiate these challenges, including the challenge of where to look to get a refuge from the war, right? And so my work is based on nearly 20 years of ethnographic interaction with a very diverse group of informants in Kaluga region, in Moscow, and I'm able to go back to these people and talk to them and follow their work biographies. And so I have a strong sense of internal validity to my very small sample. So I'm doing something that I think triangulates really well, but which is very different from the work that Svetlana and Margarita are doing. And so I look at these working biographies before and after, since the war, and what my colleague Galina Orlova of Higher School of Economics, Moscow, has called the eternal little tricks that Russians have to employ to get by. And since the war, these have included looking for work-based protection from the war in exchange for enterprise loyalty to your enterprise. So there are dozens of job titles which allow you to be exempt from military mobilization. And that's been relatively well researched. Perhaps less well researched is both mobility and immobility as a defense mechanism. So you can run away and hide, you can leave the country, that's mobility. But you can also remain stuck in place but make yourself less visible to the state, right? And there are many ways of doing that because of the inadequacy and the poor state capacity that Russia has. And then a final one would be, again, a historical phenomenon of seasonal labor mobility within Russia. So things that we find, things that I find from this, yes, definitely. People that I talk to, they articulate increased self-exploitation as part of an informal bargain with their employer. What do they get in return for that? They get inflationary-linked pay, which is a big problem, right? Non-indexation for some people. They also get, in some cases, formal or informal protection from the draft, from mobilization. But also, given Russia's demographic and labor problems because of the war, actually we should look at workers, and not just blue-collar workers, but all kinds of workers, as having much higher bargaining power today because of the shortage of labor. And so in my book, I talk a little bit about how firms perform a kind of paternalistic care towards workers. They offer all kinds of social functions, which again recalls certain Soviet practices of paternalism. And yeah, I look at a number of case studies. I'm not going to go into the first 3 case studies, but just right now, in the very short time that I have, I'll focus on Nikita and Anton. These are obviously pseudonyms. Nikita I have known since 2009, and he always was willing, before the war, to be really, really mobile. He would go to Moscow and work for 6 months. He would go into the informal economy and work as a taxi driver for 6 months. He would completely drop out and become like a hippie for 6 months. But especially since the war, and even before the war, he really surprised me. Maybe it is also to do with age, as one gets older. He really expresses a very strong loyalty now to his firm, a firm in Kaluga, which is doing really, really well, making metal fastenings for the building trade. Because, of course, after all the Western companies left, there is now actually a boom in what we call greenfield sites, big box production sites, turnkey factories, okay? And so construction industry and industry related to construction is doing really, really well. His company is doing really, really well. He expresses all kinds of loyalty and thankfulness and negotiation with his firm. And I discuss this case study in detail in my book. And then we move to Anton, who's from a similar cohort of working class men in Kaluga region. He used to work for Volkswagen. Of course, he can't do that anymore because Volkswagen doesn't exist in Russia. But he also expresses similar experience of loyalty to his firm. But his is a very new firm, also doing really, really well because of the war, but only indirectly, making ventilation systems for large buildings. And there's even a YouTube video where his employer talks about all the wonderful opportunities that the war has brought for the working class because they can be incorporated through enterprise loyalty. And again, perhaps beyond Anton, his firm is a really interesting example because this guy, his boss, might become a new oligarch in time. He has gone from running a small business with around 50 people to potentially next year having 4 or 5 factories and maybe 1,000 employees. So and I call Anton's case a kind of supplicant mobility. So he's been forced to move because of the war, and he's grateful for that. So why do we care? Why should we care about this question of incorporation, a new corporatism, paternalism, or what an anthropologist might call, like me, fictive kinship? Like you feel a sense of family with your boss. We should care about it because it shows that there are strong tectonic below-the-surface movements of sociality, and it doesn't really matter what Russia's political regime is. These things exist, right? As I said, there are historical patterns that come again and again of defense by ordinary people against state power, this strong historical frame of devolution of corporatism, which is very unlike China. So there's a big contrast between what Russia does and what China does. Paternalism, it seems to me, comes to the fore, and the search for paternalism as well, when there is a crisis. And again, the state is seen as lacking. We saw that very strongly in Svetlana's presentation. The state, for many people, is something that doesn't have people's interests in mind. And then, if you'll just permit me to reference Caroline Humphrey's work, one of the greatest anthropologists of Soviet and post-Soviet Russia. She made this point that Russia has always been characterized by the importance of possessive domains outside the state, right? And that whether it's an enterprise, an organization, a university, an informal network, these possessive domains are super important for understanding what lies beyond the encompassing state form in Russia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. And last but not least, I invite Julie Wilhelmsen, who is a research professor at the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs. And Julie's focus is Chechnya, and she will talk about how the Kremlin governs this region through Ramzan Kadyrov. The floor is yours, Julie.
Thank you very much. I am not going to use a power presentation, but I think that the reality behind the words of my presentation are going to be graphic enough. So I will speak on how the Putin state governs Chechen society, zooming in on the period after the COVID pandemic and the onset of the full-scale war on Ukraine. But first, I would like to stress that the Kremlin's governance over Chechnya and the Chechens has been an outlier compared to other parts of Russian society. Chechnya is the only tiny republic, as you see, if you can identify it, down here, which has been subjected to all-out war twice since the Soviet Union fell apart, the only republic to have a separatist conflict. And Moscow actually never won control by military means over Chechnya during the Second War, which started in 1999. But through the installation of a middleman, of a Chechen middleman, namely Ahmed Kadyrov, and then his son Ramzan Kadyrov. And Kadyrov's rule has implied brutal, violent repression inside an already war-torn, punished society, and often by instrumentalizing or even perverting Chechen religion, which is Sufism, and Chechen cultural practices. Simultaneously, Kadyrov has developed a mutually dependent relation with Putin. In return for massive funding and arms, Kadyrov has offered his marshal services through the Kadyrov, who have sometimes killed off Kremlin critics, such as probably the killing of Nemtsov in 2015, and also offered Kadyrov to as soldiers in Putin's war in the Donbass in 2014 and in Syria 2015, for example. So, and further, Kadyrov has been given and taken the liberty to carry out policing, racketeering, killing outside the Chechen Republic, in the North Caucasus region, and in the Russian Federation with total impunity. So, why am I saying all of this? This has been going on for many years. It is to underline the distinctiveness of state-society relations between Moscow and Chechen society, and between Moscow and Grozny, compared to other subjects in the Russian Federation. And this was very clear for many years before the invasion of Ukraine. So inside the tiny Chechen Republic, there has been, in this period, a progressive accumulation of coercive capacity over Chechen society, in line and pushed through the rationale of full control of first the terrorists, then combatants, potential combatants, and the families of the potential combatants. This has included forced confessions, illegal arrests, extrajudicial killings, abductions, blackmail, arsons, collective punishments in different forms. So the social habitat inside of Chechnya, I have not been there, but this is my conclusion from what I read, is one of pervasive distrust, fear, squealing, and impunity before the onset of the pandemic. So the paper I'm working on, I asked the question, what we might call the unsettled times of COVID and war in Ukraine, what has this changed in Moscow's rule of Chechnya via Kadyrov? In particular, have these times increased the possibility for Chechen society to articulate, critique, or resist this type of rule? First, to the COVID pandemic. It was unsettling for Kadyrov rule because it changed the political agenda and the tasks that Kadyrov had to fulfill for Moscow. And the outbreak of the pandemic elicited contradictory messages from the center and animate different parts of Chechen society on a different issue area. So there was discontent with the COVID-19 regime, and this was articulated from the bottom. Rules and instructions were challenged from below, but the regime quite quickly took back control. To refer Kadyrov and to make you understand how this works, he said, violation of the quarantine rules will be punished with death. So there are two traits I observe. I don't know how correct they are. I work with media sources from the region. But I have observed two traits during the pandemic. The first is that surveillance over the Chechen society is increased via the internet and by physically checking people's phones. For example, 25 people, including children, were detained for possibly posting or sending an image of Ramzan Kadyrov in Orthodox Christian garb, dressing. And throughout this period, coercion persisted in a recognizable form, so illegal arrests, killings, and abductions. And I would say it reached even further into the private lives of Chechens, not least because of a new and by now widespread practice of what we call coercion to public apologies. These have become widespread and focused on the private morale, family codes of conduct, and even theological standpoints. Now, these public confessions, they might seem insignificant or even funny if you view them on a Telegram canal, but actually they speak of a society thoroughly penetrated and governed by brute force and bodily violence. So another widespread practice in this period is the targeting of combatants armed with a pen. And this is logical because there are no armed combatants to fight in Chechnya any longer because of the repression. But there is this fight against combatants armed with a pen. So in the years before the invasion of Ukraine, we saw a string of killings or attempted killings, and we even noticed them because they actually happened in Europe, many of them. In France, Sweden, Germany, and Austria, and in Russia, of course. So moving on to the onset of the large-scale war against Ukraine. This did not represent a new type of governmental challenge. The Kadyrov regime was engineered precisely to supply indigenous Chechen marshal services to further the goals of the Putin regime. Remember, from the very beginning. So in February 2022, Kadyrov immediately staged a show of several thousand Chechen security forces in Grozny, claiming that over 70,000 volunteers are ready to go to fight the war in Ukraine. The regime's coercive repertoire has been replicated and expanded. Families were forced to send their sons as volunteers. An industry of paying ransom to save your loved ones has reappeared in Chechnya. According to human rights organizations who still try to work in the region, there are particularly three groups which are targeted. It is the critics and their relatives, those who try to flee mobilization and their relatives, and prisoners. And then I would like to mention also, quite ironically, that what is called Russia's University of Special Forces has been established in Gudermes, Chechnya, where it's a kind of a factory for making soldiers and sending them off to Ukraine. And now there are not any longer just Chechens who are trained here into the so-called Spetsnaz Akhmat forces, but people from all over the Russian Federation. And of different ethnic origin. So my time is running out here, but I would like to say a few words about what kind of ideology or worldview that the Kremlin Kadyrov leadership propagates, and to what extent it reflects the ideas of Chechen society. Just a couple of points. First, contradicting the core Chechen trauma and collective myth of violent subordination to the Russian state, which Chechens have in their memory from colonization of the North Caucasus, from the deportations of the Chechens together with other nationalities in 1944, and two all-out wars since the end of the Soviet Union. Kadyrov says that this subordination was voluntary and authentic. Putin is represented as Chechen's supreme commander, even their national leader. Chechens are partly to blame for their own deportation, according to Kadyrov, and the memory of the two recent wars are eradicated from the physical space in Chechnya. And then the Kadyrovs exploit the Chechen religion and custom to legitimize their rule and mobilize the Chechens to war. So the war in Ukraine for Chechens is a jihad. It's for the Quran, it's for Allah. Simultaneously, Kadyrov's worldview closely aligns with that of the Kremlin in a very recognizable form. So Chechens went to war to protect the Ukrainian people, Russia, and their beloved homeland from the neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine, the Satanist West, NATO, and Europe. So this is an eclectic and absurd mix, but it shows you how the line of control goes, and the Ahmad Spetsnaz, their chant is, Ahmad is strength. Ahmad is the father of Ramzan then. Ahmad is strength, Russia is power, Allahu Akbar. So an absurd but very telling chant. And then I have no time left, but I wanted to say that what I'm trying to do in this paper is to find out how can we study resistance, because I am sure there is resistance in Chechen society. And one small sign which I would like to mention is, for example, that the day of mourning on the 23rd of February has been taken away from the Chechens. So they cannot commemorate, for example, the deportations in the way that they did, but they do a very simple thing in some villages. They have decided to just open the gates to their houses on that day to mark their resistance. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Julie. And now I will ask the panel to join me on stage. Okay. So, just gonna. So, according to my watch, we have approximately 27 minutes left. Yes. So I will start with some questions from me before we open up the floor for a couple of questions from the audience. And as we remember, I'm sure that the title is for the conference is Wartime Russia, Weak or Strong. And listening to all of you, I've been thinking throughout the first presentation is how interesting it is that practices and issues that seemingly make Russia strong also make it weak, right? So maybe something to think about and address in your answers to me. But first I would like to ask you about research and methods in wartime Russia. And first question goes to you, Margarita, because you introduced and showed us some survey results. And I was wondering, how can you even continue carrying out surveys now, and how can you trust the information that we get from surveys?
Okay, so
yes.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this question, for the opportunity to elaborate on that. I intentionally dropped that part because I was really hoping to address it during the Q&A. First of all, well, the short answer is yes, we can still carry out surveys in the settings such as Russia. Russia is not the only personalist dictatorship in the world, honestly speaking, right, from a broader comparative perspective. So there are some many other countries like China or Malaysia before the interesting processes back in 2016, etc. So Russia in this sense is not that special. So yes, we can carry out surveys. The problem is how do we deal and how do we treat the data we obtain? So, and as I mentioned in my talk, so it's not it's not exit polls, right? Because the very connection between the public audiences and the decision maker is broken, or it works in a very different way, like perverse accountability, we can call it different ways. So this is why it's really important to kind of always keep it in mind when we see these numbers. If we see 8%, it's not a legal proof of collective guilt or a responsibility. It's not a legal document either, right? So it's just a number that we need to know. We need to have a special expertise to understand how authoritarian regimes operate and basically to make sense of this data. So what I see problematic is not obtaining, getting the data, but the kind of question we ask. That's the first thing. And second, what we do with this data and how we deal with them, what kind of media debate or policy debate revolves around it. It requires special skill and special understanding of non-democratic politics. So it's an important caveat, an important thing to keep in mind when we, again, see another pile of Levada data coming out and being published and distributed through the media. So yeah, that would be my probably short answer to this question.
Okay, thank you. Svetlana, in the same line, I guess you talked about focus groups and fieldwork in Russia, and you have been talking to people about the war, but how can you talk to people about the war today? Will people avoid answering? What were your techniques?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for this question, and I'd like I guess to start with supporting what just Rita said, it's indeed possible to study Russia in various of methods, with surveys and also talking to people in a more formal way, in a more informal way, in person, by social media. So it's all possible, and I think it's important to keep in mind that we do continue studying Russia, and we actually have quite rich data. And indeed, what we've done in-depth interviews and also ethnographic fieldwork. And in both cases, we did talk about the war directly and also indirectly. We tried some techniques to talk about the war indirectly, not because people, as Rita said, lie, they don't really, but because they just talk differently in a more informal context about the war. And that's what we wanted to analyze, for example, how they switch between different modes of talking about the war and things like that. And we use different techniques, both in interviews and in ethnographic field work. For example, in interviews, we try to ask several questions about the war, but not asking directly about the attitudes. So, for example, we would ask people to describe 24th of February, just describe the day. It actually works very well, right? So just describe what happened to you. You woke up and then what happened? And describe your emotions. And we have quite rich narratives about the war, not asking directly what do you think. Then we would ask, and what have changed since then? It also worked very well. Then we had a couple of questions like, what do you think would have happened if Russia would not have attacked Ukraine in February, right? So it's also not asking what are you against or for, but basically it is asking about it in a more indirect way. Then in ethnographic fieldwork, it was important, so we kind of, in interviews, we saw that people sometimes struggle in answering even these types of questions. And we wanted to approach it from more informal perspective to see how people talk about the war in real life. So not when they answer questions to researchers, right, but when they just hang out with each other. And problem is that people don't really talk about the war that much, so you cannot just walk on the streets and like listen people talking. Unfortunately, it doesn't work unless you're really lucky. So we did some type of kind of research interventions. So people would hang out, researchers would hang out with people and introduce the topic of the war, but in a way in which our informants, people can relate to it. For example, when we did field work in Krasnodarsk Krai, kind of close to the war zone, researchers would ask like a taxi driver or something like, oh, do you feel here the war? It's so close. I was kind of scary coming here. So how it feels for you? And then start the conversation. Or in Buryatia, where lots of people were drafted to the war, they would ask something like, oh, do you have someone drafted? Or like, what do you think? So there would be many, many other ways to do it, which allowed us to receive just different type of data and analyze it in a different way than interviews or surveys.
Yeah, and I guess access to the field is crucial to carry out this sort of research. And speaking of ethnographic work, Jeremy, you said that you have 20 years of ethnographic interaction with the same group of people. And I wonder how the war has affected your work.
Thank you. Yeah, and so I think all of our presentations spoke to the value of what I think Rita called like triangulating perspectives, right? So it's possible to do survey work not being in Russia, having online participants, or it's also possible to have field workers, in Svetlana's case, that then feed into that, and that's one form of triangulation. And then using the kind of work that I do is another form of triangulation. But surely, yeah, for me personally and professionally, the challenge is that to have the kind of conversations that Svetlana was talking about in her fieldwork, obviously you have to physically be present to some degree. And, you know, whether or not that's a possibility for me in the future, I don't know. But if I was going to give much stronger answers to the questions that I raised in my presentation, surely, you know, that requires immersive-based immersion in fieldwork, because exactly Svetlana described the problem, that a lot of people are not talking about the war unless you have a way of prompting them to talk about the war, right? And so this is a really good example of how some of the people, and we are some of those people, using social media, come up against very strong barriers immediately to the value of social media research. Because I can WhatsApp this guy, Anton, any day of the week, and he'll be like, yeah, how's your family? I'm having a barbecue. I'm thinking of buying a new car. How much is your mortgage? Right? These are the conversations that you can have on social media. But if I wanted to ask him, do you feel safe from mobilization in your new job? This is not something that he's going to talk to me about on WhatsApp, at least reluctantly. You know, he's going to be really reluctant. So exactly the same challenges that Svetlana raised. So, yeah, should we just move on then?
Okay, so Julie, you are the most experienced one here on researching closed society. I mean, in this panel, maybe not in the room. I'm not sure what everyone here is doing. So but you have spent years researching an area that is closed off for most researchers, and especially researchers from the West. And I wonder if you have some insights on why and how to study such areas.
Well, I think my starting point is probably that social reality is extremely messy anywhere, and that our access of researchers as researchers is very limited. How many interviews and close conversations you do, you're still going to have a problem with deciding on, so how do you explain things? How does this hang together? And in the case of Chechnya, of course you can say there's no access, and for me there hasn't been access for very many years. So you cannot, since you cannot then study Chechnya in an ethically defendable way or sound way, you should avoid it. But I think that has become ethically very, very problematic, because Chechnya has been a black hole and outside of people's attention for such a long time. And it's more, for me, it's more like I have, and you heard me, I was pretty engaged. You feel that when you start to try to look into it, and it's possible, you know, we still have Russian independent media who have their anonymous but journalists on the ground who give information, and people actually answer things, you know, in the commentary. So you can access and try to find out. So for my sake, yes, I have the responsibility to piece together that information. And although it's difficult to access the society level, it's not difficult to access the state level here. I mean, Kadyrov's sayings and doings are very, very clear and well documented.
Thank you. I would like to ask one more question to Svetlana, if I may. You talked about people with consistent positions on the war. Don't have consistent, sorry. You talked about people who don't have consistent positions on the war. But we know that there are people who are against the war and who support the war. And I wonder, do they perceive their relationship to the state differently than the people you talked about?
Yeah, they do, and that's actually what's interesting here. So people who are usually researchers call them core opponents of the war or core supporters of the war, they do talk about state differently, not only related to the war, but related to other issues. What is important is for both of them, they see the state as accountable to the people. So, of course, opponents of the war are quite critical to the state. Supporters of the war can be quite critical to the state, actually, can also praise state, but in both cases, they see this clear relationship and accountability of the state to the people. For example, in the city of Krasnodar, where we did our field work, lots of people, and I had actually example on the slide here, I didn't really read it, but so lots of people complained about infrastructure problems in the city, like, so the city is actually highly populated, many people come to the city, new huge apartment complexes are built, but there are no schools, no proper health care, huge traffic jams, and all the people in the city, in our field work, were constantly complaining about it. And people, those kind of people I talked about, those who justify the war in general, they identify these problems, but they would not really, I mean, they would justify it saying, well, the city of Krasnodar was just built this way historically, right? And the local authorities or the state can do nothing in this case. But then we talked to some people who have consistent perception of the war, who are politicized and who support the war. But talking about local problems in Krasnodar, they would say something like, look, it's actually corruption, which we see on all levels of the state. And here in Krasnodar, of course, our local authorities are aware of what's going on, but these building companies, construction companies just pay money for them, and that's why they're building it. So we see that people who have consistent position, right, on the war, they also kind of have political skills, skills of thinking about politics, of thinking about state, of thinking about state in a completely different way than those apolitical people who then were not able to form a consistent position on the war.
Thank you. Okay, I just see the time is running a little bit from us, so I think we have to collect a couple of questions from the audience. And is Kristin, are you the one administrating this process? Yes.
Yeah. Adrian.
Okay, so we can have those two, and then we will see what more we can make time for. Please keep it short and introduce yourselves before asking the question.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Adrian Rokstad. I'm at the University of Groningen in the Netherlands. Thank you for your presentations. I wanted to pick up on the point that Natalia raised about the overall theme of strength versus weakness. Because the interesting thing about all your presentations is that we have a supposedly strong state here who comes down very hard on any direct challenge to its authority, etc., and so on. We all know that. But you're describing a society that in many ways, or that it has a weaker grip on the society that it's supposed to govern, right? People have all kinds of ways of little tricks of getting out, of removing themselves from the state, etc., and so on. And so I was wondering if you could say some more about how your research shows, or what your research shows about this complex relationship between state strength, state weakness, and how society relates to the state.
Thank you, and we can have the second question right away.
Yes, my name is Lars Peder Haga. I'm an associate professor at the Air Force Academy. My question is mostly to those who do qualitative research, but everyone is of course welcome to answer. And that is not about war, but about peace. And do you encounter, and is it possible to somehow measure what are acceptable ideas of a future peace here? Because as we know, when the fighting stops one way or another, for a peace to be lasting, you have to have acceptance of a kind of peace. So do you find anything, or is that beyond the realm of what people dare to formulate? Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to start? Margarita?
Okay, so if I may, I will start with the last question, because I have a very precise answer to that. Yes, there are ways actually to study under which conditions and what kind of proposal would be more acceptable for certain groups of population. So it's called conjoint experiment. It comes from marketing research, for example, when you choose between two types of soaps, for example. Pardon my comparison, which is completely off, but so just to get you an idea, so it pretty much works the same way. So there are like two proposals offered to a respondent, and then respondent makes their choices. And we can cite several tasks like that to make sure that certain attitudes are robust and stable and not like just a contingent fluke or something like that. So this is exactly what we're doing at the moment. Unfortunately, it was literally impossible to squeeze it into this 10 minutes, but we do have this data, and hopefully we'll get more data in January. So yes, there are ways to do that, to account for under which conditions certain groups will accept certain proposals. Again, to the extent it matters under non-democratic conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so.
Okay, Jeremy?
I was going to say Sveta could go
Okay.
in the same order that we presented.
Okay, I just thought that I talked, but yeah, answered in a long way the previous question. I'll address the second question first as well, but in a more general way, would people who we study accept peace? And my answer here would be yes, of course. That's actually what we see it in our data very well, that's what unites people with very different perception of the war. So even those people who are kind of for continuation of the war, they still, as I tried to show, right, they still want war to just finish in a kind of pleasant for Russia way, but to finish, right? So I don't see any, so I mean, yes, of course, it's interesting to study when and under what conditions people will be ready to accept it, but there is definitely a kind of acceptance here in general and in society. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Okay. Yeah, and to go on with to respond again to the first question, strength, relative strength or weakness of the state and how that's understood. I think the war merely accelerates tendencies that were already there in terms of how Russians, regardless of their intellectual resources, their informational resources, how they interpret what their state does. And that is increasing understanding that the state is not very good at anything except exercising its own coercion over its own and other citizens, right? And so that's why mobilization in October 2022 was both was a shock because people felt it was a betrayal, but at the same time, immediately they were thinking, well, of course, they're going to come after us, the weakest members of society, to deal with their own error, foreign policy error, right? So it's this. So the whole point of my work is to show that Russians, regardless of their informational, intellectual resources, are actually often very, very, very good at interpreting what kind of society, what kind of politics is going on. And so even though I totally respect the kind of survey data that Rita's doing and what it shows about don't knows and the importance of being led by elite decision-making and then either conforming or not conforming to that, and in similar way, what Svetlana was talking about it, you know, peace would be acceptable, but it would have to be a peace that the elite would also agree to. Yeah, my work is more about saying, well, actually, even people without any resources that are powerless have the capacity to develop significant political subjectivity. So political subjectivity under authoritarian regimes is kind of my wheelhouse. And so peace, the question of peace, I like the experiment that you talk about, Rita, but again, you're talking about consumers, right, that have free choice. So I can have my nice expensive soap, my nice soap, which would be Crimea and the Donbass, or I can have my not very nice soap, which would be giving back Crimea and the Donbass, right? But I'm not a consumer, right? As you said so yourself, I don't have that choice. I'm going to be presented that choice by the elite. So on that sense, the question of what peace Russians would be happy with is a meaningless question eventually, because they know themselves that they won't be given the choice.
Really? Okay, so I can address the question of strong and weak. I think from seeing it from my case, it's obvious that the Putin regime has been strong because it has had some kind of appeal to the major Russian constituency. And the problem with mobilizing the population for war is that he risks losing that. So he avoids, mobilizing from the urban areas, from the middle class and upwards. And then he has to rely on poorer peripheral areas and ethnic minorities. But that, in a way, gives him a new problem, because to mobilize the ethnic minorities, as I said, to mobilize the Chechens, you have to speak Chechen. And we see it now in the occupied territories in Donbass. He is trying to recreate the Cossack identity and mobilize under that to make people go into his war. So in a way, he's in a weak position now, because he's also thwarting his own attempt to create a kind of Russian nationalist unity, because he has to cater to those different groups to make them mobilize. So that's one I follow closely. Because what we're seeing, if you put the different ideologies for going to war together, is a very, very eclectic picture. I, for example, read that the Muslim board is now taking a lead role in helping to mobilize soldiers for the war, and that the Mufti of Tatarstan has been to the front 7 times. So what kind of ideas, what makes them go to war? It's not a kind of a Russian nationalist project which comes out of it. It's a very mixed picture.
Thank you. Svetlana, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just forgot to address the first question, and I wanted to look at it from, okay, I'll try, slightly different angle. From the angle of how war perception looks from outside, taking into account the state's propaganda. So we see on the one hand these huge numbers of war support, right? Sometimes 70, 80%, but even 50-something looks kind of a lot. In a way, we did this reports I mentioned, and second and third are devoted to war justification for the most part. And the second one is called Resigning to Inevitability. And the third one is called, well, in Russian, Надо как-то жить, or in English, We Need to Carry On. So you kind of I guess, see the feeling here. And also lots of people, Natalia actually yesterday also said that it kind of gives this sad emotion. It's like people continue to justify the war, right? People continue saying they're okay with that. And from this perspective, we see, well, that's what the state wants, right? That's the picture we see from outside. But actually what we are trying to do, we're trying to show that, well, look, at it from another angle, people do criticize the war. Yes, they do it not in a way we imagine anti-war criticism. They're not saying it's a moral kind of crime to kill innocent people. They will not say it, of course, but they still, even in this authoritarian regime with the authorities in power like that, they still do criticize the war. They do it constantly, right? They still listening to this propaganda. They still invent their own ways to reconcile with it. And I think it's important to remember that, right? So if even in these conditions, people actually still have lots of kind of potential for criticism. And if the society, if the state will change, we will see completely different picture here.
Thank you, Svetlana, for highlighting that very, very important perspective on Russian society today. I think this has to be the last word for this panel. Thank you so much for this very interesting discussion. Let's give a... Jeg har ikke.
Okay. Hello, everybody. It's time to start today's second panel. My name is Kristin Lundby Gjerde. I'm a senior researcher at NUPI, and I have the pleasure of chairing this panel. And this panel is dedicated to questions that, unfortunately, are of acute topical relevance. We will look into how the military's role in Russian society and the Russian economy is changing. We will hear about the war's impact on the economy, about developing relations between the civilian and the military leadership in Russia, and we will learn about militarization and patriotic upbringing. We are very pleased to have three excellent researchers with us in this panel, and they all follow events in their fields very closely. So without taking up more of their time, I will introduce the first speaker, Cecilie Fjæstad. Cecilie Fjæstad. She is a principal scientist at the, to get it completely right, at the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment.
Oh, thank you, Christian. Russia's defense spending has surged since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. While this level of expenditure might not be sustainable, I will argue that it may take some time before the spending levels have to be reduced. At FIIA, we've been monitoring the Russian defense spending since the mid-2000s. There have been several surprises along the way. For instance, in 2007, Putin signed an armament program that should cost 5,000 billion rubles, which seemed tremendous at that time. The defense spending would have to be risen by 1/3. I really didn't believe that this would happen, given the history since the Soviet Union. Now we come to learn that this was just the start of the remilitarization of the Russian economy. The short war against Georgia highlighted the need for larger reforms within the Russian armed forces. The year after, Serdyukov, the defense minister at that time, launched reforms in order to professionalize the armed forces. And in 2011, the reforms were followed up by launching a new rearmament program. Putin declared that he was almost afraid to mention the numbers. This time, they will spend around 19,000 billion rubles until 2020. I had summed the annual defense orders, and it didn't really amount to this number, but still, it was a tremendous increase of the Russian defense spending. And a lot of the equipment were modernized, even though the development projects didn't really meet the expectations. I think the big surprise for me wasn't the failure of the development projects. After all, this happens in all Western countries as well, the delays in programs. But the willingness to pump up the defense spending to this level came as a surprise. After all, Russia hadn't spent this much on defense in the entire post-Soviet history. But as it turned out, these levels were not even close to the level that Russia is spending on its armed forces today. Measured in 2024 prices, the defense spending has risen from approximately 4,000 billion rubles a year till next year, measured in this year's prices, it will be 12,500. It means that defense spending has tripled since before the war. And this is quite annoying, as we in the Western countries have put on the most substantial sanctions throughout history. Why is it not working? I'll take you back to April 2022. Different estimates suggested that the Russian economy would shrink by 8 to 15%, which would set the economy 10 years behind. However, it didn't end up like that. The economy only shrank by 1.2%. The story that Moscow doesn't want to get lifted is how much it got help from the high petroleum prices. In 2022, the petroleum income increased by more than 4,000 billion rubles, while defense spending only rose by 2,000. So Russia gained actually more on the petroleum income than it lost from defense spending. Secondly, the GDP growth has gotten a lot of help from the high public spending. For 22 and 23, the budget impulse was 10% of GDP. The budget impulse is how much the state helps pumping up the GDP. 10%, but the economy shrank by 1.2% in 22 and grew only by 3.5%. It means that had it not been for the high public spending, the economy would have shrunk quite much more. Which means don't give up on the sanctions quite yet, but it could be an idea to try to cut down on the Russia's earning on oil and gas further. And this brings me into the second and most important part of my contribution to the Russia conference this year. How much further can Russia continue waging the war? And this time I'll try not to be so surprised about the willingness. My answer for this is unfortunately not that uplifting. I believe that this can go on for quite a few years on. And this is due to 4 factors. It's the macroeconomic development, the petroleum income, the access to technology, and possibilities of reprioritizations within the defense budget. Both the macroeconomy and the petroleum incomes is related to Russia's ability to spend on defense. The technological axle is the cost of providing defense, and the federal budget is about the willingness to spend on the defense. First of all, the macroeconomic development. The Russian central bank has actually lifted concerns regarding the development at this time. For the time being, the economy is booming. In fact, the growth rates haven't been this high since 2012, if you look apart from the correction that happened after the corona pandemics. The latest analysis from Bank of Finland shows that the capacity utilization rates have reached historically unprecedented levels. This has led to challenges for the overall economy. The central bank has not managed to control the inflation rates despite multiple increases in the key rate. In July, the central bank director, Elvira Nabiulina, warned that if the government did deviate from the planned path for the public spending, there would be increased risk for a hard landing of the economy. A hard landing would imply a sharp reduction in economic growth, high increase in employment rates, investment drops, and lower demands for goods and services. This would affect the public income and hence the ability to keep up the spending. However, even though the risk is there, I doubt that this is a likely outcome. One of the reasons is the government's deep involvement in the overall economy. For example, in 2020, the state owned 72% of the banking sector, which stands for 87% of all assets in the Russian economy. This gives the government extra measures to balance the economy, even when it goes through a windy day. Secondly, the petroleum income. In total, 1/3 of the federal budget income stems from the petroleum sector. The sanctions toward this sector had consequently immediate effects for the income, but Russia has eventually adapted to the new situation. As shadow fleet of transport vessels have kept Russia's oil export up to the same levels as pre-war, and enabled Russia to sell oil prices well above the price cap imposed by G7 and EU. In addition, the government has decided to tax the sector based on the Brent blend prices, so it doesn't really matter what the real prices are anyway. And the cost of avoiding sanction or accepting lower levels of the real prices of the Urals oil will be carried out by the petroleum companies. In the long run, this affects the profitability and ability to reinvest in the sector, meaning that today's approach of waging the war is overloading the system and affecting the potential federal income in the future. But for the time being, this works out for the federal state. Thirdly, the technological access, and the consequences for the defense output. Because the question is not how much can Russia afford to spend on defense, but what do they get out of the money? The sanctions have affected Russia's access to advanced technology and the ability to conduct international settlements. And this has really had high effects on the costs within the industry. Many Russian companies report about high cost growth and that the contracts they have settled with the government is not able to adjust, they're not able to adjust for the price growth, so they have to carry the cost growth themselves. In addition, our research at FIIA has shown that most of the deliveries to the armed forces now has been based on modernized equipment taken out of stocks. The stocks will empty out. This means that if Russia are to have the same defense output over time, the cost will probably be increased, meaning that the defense budget will have to be increased without the production increasing at the same level. And this year, for 25, the budget the defense budget is increased by 30%, but I guess that most of this will be lost due to defense-specific inflation. Fourthly, the budget imbalances and ability to reprioritize within the budget. This factor is related to both the fiscal income and how the money is spent. The Russian federal budget has run by deficit every year since the full-scale invasion. The deficit has been covered by the increased petroleum income, tapping the National Welfare Fund, increased government debt, and extraordinary lump sum taxes voluntarily paid by highly profitable companies. But basing a budget, an annual budget on lump sum taxes is not a sustainable way to keep the income up. Consequently, the Russian government has decided to increase taxes for both private companies and private persons, meaning that less money will be spent by the private sector and more by the government. This is one way of reprioritizing the national resources, and this access to resources is probably not completely exhausted, because we have seen, due to the factors we were talking about earlier today, the low unemployment rates, the high wage growth, means that most people are better off now than they were pre-war levels, and meaning that they are probably able to suffocate even higher tax levels and still be better off than they were before the war. Furthermore, the government plans to continue increasing the national debt, meaning that the cost of war won't incur before the debt falls due. And we have looked into the debt data. When does this occur? It turns out it's not before late in the 2030s, meaning that this is also an unexhausted resource for keeping the budget imbalanced for many years to come. In the long run, of course, this is not a sustainable way of financing the Russian public spending, and in the long run, challenges can become significant. But it gives the Russian government time to adapt and adjust. In the meantime, we expect that the level of secrecy and the federal budget will increase, and that other budget chapters might increasingly finance the militarization of the Russian economy, implying that we must expect that Russia's ability to wage war will continue for even more years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. I will then invite our second speaker, Kirill Shamiev, who is a visiting fellow at the European Council of Foreign Relations, and his presentation is titled How Civil-Military Relations Shape Russia's War Effort. Oh, careful.
All right. Thank you very much for having me and organizing this conference. It's a great pleasure to be here and also in this beautiful city. I've been studying civil-military relations basically since my bachelor's degree, and today I'm going to be talking about the policy aspect of Russian civil-military relations. Just a short disclaimer, there are 4 main pillars in Russian civil-military relations. It's about the civilian control over the military, whether they intervene in Russian domestic politics. This is out of the question. Then it's about the societal and military relationship on the level of human-to-human interactions, and some of my colleagues have already covered this in the previous panel. Another level is the control of the government of the military behavior on the battlefield, and this is, I'm not going to be talking about this today, but I will be discussing the civilian government ability to make the military to implement defense policies and make the Russian armed forces more effective as they want it to happen. In the policy vocabulary, it means the government, the civil-military policy aspect of the Russian civil-military relations is whether the policy inputs that the Russian government gives to the military produce expected policy outcomes. And our previous colleagues from the previous panel talked a lot how the Russian authoritarian government has been able consistently to shape the Russian society, Russian domestic affairs, the Russian economy. But I would say that during the 25 years of Vladimir Putin in power, since 1999, when he was appointed as the interim prime minister, his ability to modernize Russian military was probably one of the harshest and most difficult areas where Vladimir Putin personally and the Russian government in general was trying to do. 25 years of several reform attempts that did not produce expected policy outcomes, and the disastrous war, the poor performance of the Russian military with the war in Georgia in 2008, and the disastrous invasion of Ukraine in 2022. In general, there are 2 key enablers of Russian policy aspect of civil-military relations. It's the quality of internal monitoring and evaluation mechanisms, which has been consistently absent in Russian civil-military relations, and the quality of the Russian Ministry of Defense leadership and bureaucratic effectiveness. And this is what has started to change this year with the appointment of the new Minister of Defense. So, and the question I'm trying to explore here is how resilient Russian civil-military relations during the Russo-Ukrainian war. In these almost 3 years, Russian civil-military relations have been under enormous and I would say unprecedented since 1917 pressure or turbulence. First, the disastrous beginning of the invasion, a lot of professional soldiers lost, extremely high level of attrition, a lot of modern equipment procured over the last 10 years destroyed or abandoned. Then the announcement of partial military mobilization that was shock not only for the civilians who, as colleagues said before, were discovered that they had to fight in this war, but also for the military and the Ministry of Defense that was not ready to process hundreds of thousands of civilians from the civilian world to the military through the military recruitment centers. Then the Yevgeny Prigozhin's mutiny in June 2023, that's again, for the first time in many years, an organized military force, although way outside the official, sector of Russian civil-military relations, tried to take over power in Moscow. And lastly, it's the reshuffle in the Russian Ministry of Defense and criminal cases against civilian and military leadership after May this year. All in all, in almost 3 years, the military remained under political control, even during Prigozhin's mutiny, but protective of its institutional autonomy and hence resistive to the civilian-driven changes. At the same time, the civilian government responses to both the shocks and ideas how to develop the Russian military to fight the war against Ukraine was largely reactive and extraordinary. This is going to be published. It's a memo that's going to be published on the PONAR's website, and for that I analyzed the individuals of both those who resigned, 31 individuals, and those who were appointed in this almost half a year of time. And also I traced the legal amendments to Russian federal laws regulating civil-military relations, and there were 48 relevant amendments relevant to this topic. So what do we have here? The Russian Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff are 2 key individuals in Russian civil-military relations, in addition to the President. But the President cannot be changed in Russia. The Minister of Defense and the Chief of the General Staff can. These are, I call them troika, three individuals that define first what would be the policy priorities, what the Russian military should look like in the future, and whether these policy priorities would be implemented during the policy process. During this war, the Minister of Defense and the General Staff were criticized so harshly that Yevgeny Prigozhin used this criticism in his campaign against the Russian government, his campaign to gain more, I guess, financial and political power in the Russian system. This, in my view, he misstepped, and it resulted in a failed mutiny in June 2023 and his death in August that year. Private military company Wagner now practically does not exist. It was incorporated inside the Ministry of Defense structures and also Rosgvardia, Russian internal troops. And now the troops do jobs both in the African continent but also in Ukraine. So in this struggle, the Russian civil military, official civil military system has won. Then Andrei Belousov replaced Minister Shoigu as the Russian Minister of Defense and introduced already several changes. First, he just general as a very personalist system. He brought this new style of leadership. What was surprising to me from the theoretical perspective, that for the first time when a civilian, purely civilian politician official appointed as the Minister of Defense, not a single voice against a civilian leading the military in the Russian sort of civil military blogosphere. Before, even when Shoigu was appointed, there were people criticizing, I appointed general as a Minister of Defense and not a civilian sort of politician, even as the former head of the emergency ministry. This time, absolutely nothing. This probably shows that even the military itself is aware that, finally become aware that being a military officer does not guarantee successful leadership of the Ministry of Defense. He started together, not he started, but together with his appointment, we've seen purges of the Shoigu's clan, and over the more than 10 years of Shoigu's tenure in the Ministry of Defense, the individuals he appointed sometimes were even his relatives. For example, his daughter was managing military sports competitions, and there were cases when she wanted to get some tanks without any formal approval. And of course, if this is a daughter of the Ministry of Defense, you would not, even as a military general, disagree with these wishes, despite absolutely no paperwork done for whatever reasons. At the same time, there were criminal cases opened against military generals and corrupt officials. There are three, among all of the individuals that were purged or appointed, there are three key changes in my view. This is the state secretary, the head of GUK, Russian main directorate for cadres, or HR directorate, and the Russian deputy minister of defense for finances. So what do we have here? The state secretary is the key official in the Russian ministry responsible for intergovernmental horizontal cooperation. So the Minister of Defense official, this time Anna Tsivilova, goes to Minister of Finance, the economy, any other ministries, and coordinates this intergovernmental cooperation. If you look at this table, you can notice that Nikolai Pankov was a highly experienced general. He became the four-star general, which is very rare in the Russian military, the general of the army, in 2004, and had lots of years of experience of doing his job. And of course, he was a former KGB or FSB alum, if we can say this, and he was the head of the main directorate for cadres before he became the state secretary. He was removed, and who was appointed? Anna Tsivilova. First, a woman, which is still unusual for the Russian military. Second, from the private sector / regional government, and apparently a relative of Putin, part of Putin's family. Her husband is currently the Minister of Energy in Russia. Then Yuri Kuznetsov, the former head of the main cadres directorate, was ousted and a case opened against him for his performance as the head of the AIDS directorate responsible for the IT security and clearance, secret clearance in the Russian military. And there is no appointment for the head of the GUK currently. And this is going to be a very interesting development once they decide on who is going to lead it. And finally, it's the Deputy Russian Minister of Defense for Finances. As colleagues previously excellently described, lots of money being poured into the Russian military-industrial complex and the military, and they appointed now Leonid Gordin, the former official of the Ministry of Finance, who curated security policy in the Russian Ministry of Finance. A very highly professional individual, and also, again, with experience in the civilian government, and who has never had any approach to the Russian military. And additionally, to this, Pavel Fratkov replaced Timur Ivanov as the Russian Deputy Minister of Defense, managing state property. If you remember in the news, Timur Ivanov is the most filthy rich official in the Russian Ministry of Defense. Like, it's billions of rubles. He accumulated billions of rubles. And who is he? The son of Mikhail Fratkov, ex-prime minister and ex-head of the SVR, Russian civilian intelligence, and again, alum of the FSB Academy. This shows that Russian civil-military relations in 2024 is becoming more civilian and personally connected to the Russian President Putin. Finally, in terms of Russian institutions, what's interesting if we trace all the federal amendments to the Russian federal laws, that it was like a shuttle between the military needs and the consequences of solving these needs. Not the consequences, say, of Ukrainian battlefield successes, but the consequences of the military response, the Russian military response to the failures in Ukraine. Several key elements. First is the partial mobilization, then that introduced a lot of societal and economic spillovers. Then they had to solve these spillovers by adopting, for example, penalties for not following the mobilization, to address labor shortages by introducing mobilization deferrals. And again, it showed that the system was too slow to anticipate these developments and reactive by responding to the military needs. And second, some people say that the partial military mobilization was announced too late when the Ukrainian forces has already been succeeding in Ukraine. Back in 2022. Then it's the institutionalization of volunteer units in the Russian Ministry of Defense in 2022 and in Rosgvardia in 2023. And what's interesting from this development that it's volunteer units, why they are good for the battlefield? Because they're very motivated. They actually decided to sign up on their own. But at the same time, they are not accustomed to this bureaucratic military, say, culture and approach and respect, for example, to military commanders just by their rank. So it introduced problems, and they also have they have a social media baggage behind them. There are those supporters who are staying somewhere in Moscow and tweeting, telegramming, describing their, and also fundraising money for the Russian military. So this introduced constraints for Russian military behavior from within, because these volunteer units start to complain if some of the military generals or their commanding officers do, in their view, stupid decisions. So what they did, they amended a federal law and introduced new disciplinary punishments, now being able to enabled by their respective commanders. So the system is again solving the problems it created because of the developments on the battlefield. And lastly is the post-mutiny hangover, the transfer of heavy equipment to Rosgvardia, Russian internal troops, for the first time since 1989. The Soviet Union did this in 1989, and they used these tanks in the first war in Chechnya after already the fall of the Soviet Union, which is in some case, I think, symbolic and interesting how it's going to be developing in the future. So the preliminary conclusions, and I call it specifically preliminary conclusions because it's pending the changes in the general staff, whether they would appoint a new chief of the general staff, the key military leader responsible for command and control in Russian civil military relations. First, and it is directly related to the title of this conference, we should not confuse strength with resilience. Because I think the Russian military and civil military relations have shown consistent problems with its effectiveness, with its strength, with achieving the desired objective of the civilian government. Not of, moral values of the Russian society or something else, Vladimir Putin personally. They've been struggling to achieving what Putin personally wanted. But at the same time, in my view, they're quite resilient. Despite all the failures, the system keeps working. And I like one phrase that I saw from one of this military blogosphere about the end to the war, that the war cannot end, but it can only be stopped by some point by civilian leaders. And lastly, it's that the changes in the military leadership show currently a trend to greater personification and civilization of the Russian Ministry of Defense. On the one hand, it potentially can increase Russian military effectiveness because now a lot of people saw it, how the Russian civilian government is actually way more effective in fighting, this hybrid war against Ukraine in the West and protecting the Russian economy. But also this personification introduces critical problems, because disagreeing with Putin, no one wants to disagree with Putin, and the accumulation of problems and poor monitoring and evaluation mechanisms can lead to another wave of shocks that would shake Russian civil-military relations. And this is it for me now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kirill. We'll get back to these questions in the panel discussion afterwards. Now I'll invite our third and last speaker, Håvard Bekken, who's a senior researcher at the Norwegian Institute for Defense Studies, with the following title of his presentation.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here, not least since I was invited to talk about my primary research interest, the ongoing militarization of Russian society under conditions of war, and in particular the militarization of children and youth. I would not expect this audience, or any audience, or most audiences, to be very familiar with this topic, so I'll keep it fairly basic. I will introduce the empirical developments after 2014 and then after 2022, and talk about how they're related to the war itself. Russia has been undergoing what I would call societal militarization for 30 years now. There have been some hallmark events to spur the development along, but efforts to engage Russian children and youth through military actors, heroic accounts of military history, military aesthetics, and traditional military values have persistently grown and grown and grown since the mid-1990s, even predating Putin. So this increasing dosage of militarism promoted through the Russian state system is a long-term process that does not hinge solely on Russia's warfare in Ukraine or elsewhere. But societal militarization is, of course, related to war. It can be a precursor to war, by altering the decision-making environment of the state leaders. The militarist leader will more easily overestimate the usefulness of military force, and the political cost will be lower if society is inclined to see war as normal and necessary. And in wartime itself, all main political drivers of military patriotism are extraordinarily relevant, especially in a war of aggression. So persuasion to fight is even stronger, the need for persuasion. For instance, to keep society united and backing the troops as well as the regime, even in lack of a credible threat to the homeland. To solve long-term manpower issues, which is a persistent problem for Russian authorities. To make society tolerate the wartime cost, including body bags. Also, Russia constructs the future history of the present. In other words, in a race for children, the story of the ongoing war as soon as it starts, how to interpret and frame it. And I don't think the Putin regime cares about convincing children that war is just a necessary today. Rather, they want to inculcate the story of the war in Ukraine today for the future. So I will return to this. To summarize, societal militarization is part of the background to explain Russian decisions to invade, and we might expect it to increase further in wartime and in anticipation of more war to come. I must say I find it extremely interesting to look at youth policy as a suggestion of Russian long-term strategies. What you teach to 10-year-olds now only give political dividends a decade later. So youth policy offers a look into official Russia's vision for what citizens it aims for in the decades to come. Russia wants active patriots for the future, but only within firmly within the frames of the system. So ideal is the soldier, healthy, polite, non-smoking, without question sacrificing him or herself for the benefit of the state. And if the ideal citizen is seen as with the same qualities as the ideal soldier, this is, of course, a hallmark of militarism. My primary subject of research the last few years has been, and still is, military patriotic clubs. These photos I show are not necessarily this old, from before 2014. They are here for illustrative purposes to highlight tendencies that I find remarkable. This is roughly how they looked 20 or 10 years ago. Rough and unpolished, often led by veterans or sport leaders. Certainly there were many of them across Russia. They were incentivized by so-called state programs of patriotic education from 2001. But this was still a niche activity, not mainstream yet. In late 2014, a new such state program was set up for the next 5 years. Among its goals was for the state to consolidate its influence over this growing mass of clubs. And in 2015-2016, a new large military patriotic umbrella organization was established by presidential decree, UNARMIA, many times bigger than any post-Soviet equivalent. And this initiated a new phase or process, what I half-jokingly call the UNARMification of Russia. So what constitutes this UNARMification? First, UNARMIA increased the mainstreaming of militarized patriotism by aiming to become a real 7-digit mass organization, and by connecting it to Russian schools, much of which now today have separate UNARMIA classrooms. UNARMIA today claims to have more than 1.6 million members. Second, UNARMification implies the standardization of activities. This does not mean that UNARMIA squads all over Russia are identical. They are different. But it appears to be a minimum standard for a lot of different activities that all the squads must adhere to. And they, of course, share official goals, they share rituals, they share the uniforms, etc., etc. Third, and as part of this standardization, it should also be mentioned that war commemoration now is a much more important part of military patriotic work, in these clubs at least, than it used to be previously. Fourth, and importantly, UNARMIA is much more directly associated with the armed forces. This is important for many reasons. For one, they get more professionalized military training than before, but also they are much tighter integrated with everyday activity of nearby stationed troops, in cultural events, in war commemoration, etc. They're not fighting, but they're part of the military world in most other aspects, at least in some locations. Last but not least, UNARMIA is much more of a propaganda tool. Uniforms, striking banners, public rituals and performances, parades, meeting politicians on all levels, media coverage, broadcasted concerts, and more. UNARMIA members are, in a way, living propaganda posters for the Kremlin, showcasing alleged youth support, which is very important for the Kremlin, because it's a persistent problem. We might return to that. Support for Russian troops, as well as for the political regime. Okay, so on to 2022. The full-scale invasion is undoubtedly another hallmark event within this domain, as well as in most other domains in Russia. The ongoing discussion of the proposed Russian state budget suggests an accelerated state push for patriotic education. Reportedly, I haven't checked up myself, the term patriotism is mentioned more than 30 times in the explanatory notes for the state budget alone. I often see references to the increased spending on military patriotic education, but the real costs are of course not in rubles, but in the time lost for developing other skills, knowledge of all kinds, critical and creative thinking, playing the piano, or whatever kids would do if not engaged in UNARMIA, as some are 2 hours every day, in addition to summer camps, etc. The key word to developments after 2022 is expansion on multiple accounts. Expansion in societal pervasiveness, more people, more resources, new school subjects, and acceleration of previous developments, in short. I will not dwell on this. The second expansion is a new set of activities you can see here, those directly supporting ongoing warfare. And this is all new since 2022. Previously, UNARMIA and other clubs were focused on history, museums, military training, sports. They rarely or never comment on political events, not in Syria, rarely on Ukraine. But intensified war created a need for tackling this, especially as the war came nearer to the lives of the children themselves. In 2022, after a month of hesitation, they were also caught by surprise, as many others. UNARMIA and other clubs around Russia started to send letters of support to the quote-unquote defenders of the fatherland, in these triangular shapes here, a reference among many to the Second World War. They started to share memes, like the one you see behind me, as well as other statements of support, sharing patriotic songs, videos, directly referring to the war. They also did a lot of these so-called flash mobs, forming the letter Z, sometimes also V, with their bodies. And from 2022, the regime started to narrate the story for them to remember the war in the future, as I mentioned. So after this war, there will be a massive difference in how it is remembered and how to interpret it. And the primary mode here is not to spread real or fake news to the kids, but to make vague symbolic statements or perform symbolic acts that connects the war to Russian history and patriotic tropes, to heroism, to sacrifice, to the fight against fascism, etc. Like these letters, full of Second World War references that these kids, of course, know by heart. The third development I would like to highlight, and the final one, is the expansion in geographical space into recently occupied territories of Ukraine. The occupied populations are, in general, subjected to roughly the same militaristic regime as in Russia, though not yet on the same scale. And there are certain differences between different regions, but that would be true also within Russia. Since the Donbass was not declared annexed in the way Crimea was in 2014, the self-declared People's Republics launched their own patriotic education policy, even if mostly copy-paste from the Russian one. A sister organization of UNARMIA was established there in 2019, a key year for the Russification of these areas. Today, and by last year, we could document local UNARMIA activity in all occupied oblasts of Ukraine. UNARMIA is there part of Russia's attempt to Russify these territories, to alter their social basis permanently, in direct contradiction of all international conventions, so subverting the identity of the local youth in an attempt to make them love the occupant and become Russian patriots. And the same is true for thousands of deported Ukrainian youth who are sent to recently occupied territories from recently occupied territories into Crimea, to the Donbass and to Russia proper, temporarily for re-education camps or permanently. So not only do Russian authorities want them to forget their Ukrainian identity, which would be more than bad enough, also they are brought up under a regime of militarized patriotism. And the consequences for the children themselves and for Ukraine as a state may be dire indeed if this works. In Crimea and the Donbass, children at the age of 9 to 14 years who were put under this regime from 2014 are today between 19 and 20 years old already. Some fighting for Russia in the trenches, some already dead. And the longer the occupation and the Russification lasts, the harder it will be for these territories to again be reintegrated with Ukraine, which from Russia's perspective is, of course, the whole point. I think I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Over. Please have a seat, and Kirill and Cecilia, please join us on stage. Okay, thank you for these three very different and all very interesting presentations highlighting the role and impact of the military in Russia in three different ways. I expect that there will be quite a few good questions from our audience. So I will limit myself to a kind of brief discussion, a few questions to each of you before we open up for questions from the audience. We have a bit more than, we have approximately 25 minutes. And I'll begin with you, Cecilia. You said that, you told me earlier that you felt in this kind of panel and the conference as a bit of an outlier as an economist. And then I said that an outlier in this regard is a very welcome contribution and perspective, because the economy is and the economic resources are always of a huge importance for kind of all aspects of all questions that we discuss today. And you started off by saying how kind of the most experts and analysts were quite surprised by or expected the sanctions in 2014 and 2022 to have kind of a different impact than what turned out to be the results. And following up a bit on the discussions in the previous panel, I would like to ask you about how you analyze and how you study the Russian economy in a kind of situation when there are kind of many black boxes and kind of statistics that can be difficult to be trusted or not being published anymore. So kind of what are the main challenges? How do you go about solving them? And in the expert economist community, are there major disagreements in interpretations of the perspectives for the Russian economy?
Thank you for that questions. Well, it's of course a big challenge to study the Russian economy now. There's a lot of data that are not published anymore. Russia does not publish how much they export to other countries. We cannot find data on how we can find the budgets, but they don't publish how the budgets are being spent by different chapters afterwards. So the accounts are not accessible anymore. So of course it is difficult, and fortunately I'm not alone on studying this subject. I have my colleague here, Julia, which I work together with. She's a Russian expert, and together we put the economist view and the state understanding from the Russian economy, how it works from Julia together. So we use multiple source data. It's like you can't always trust the Russian data from Dostat, whether the economy is really going well or not. So we have to go through multiple different sources. Because the Dostat says that the Russian economy is growing. It's like, is this really true? We have to go through the other factors as well. Well, and then we find that unemployment levels are low as well. And we find that the Levada questionnaires show that people are optimistic about their economic future. And companies report that they have difficulties in employing new employees, and that they have to spend a lot of cost of wage increases in order to attract personnel. And we add all these factors together, it can't be a systematic lie about the whole situation. So it might be that the inflation rates that we find in the studies are not accurate, but at least we know enough that it's the trend that matters. So that's what we normally look at, how are the trends going, and that gives like the overall picture. And whether the economy will grow by 3% or 4% this year, it's not that important. It's more the trends. So that's how we do it.
And what about disagreements? Because there have been, especially in the beginning, maybe wishful thinking on parts of many, but talk about Russian economy collapsing. Are there many kind of still analysis and interpretations pointing in that direction, or is there some kind of more consensus along the lines that you sketched out for us?
Well, predictions about the future is always a difficult thing to do. How will it end up? Because unexpected events can occur. So about the future path ahead, of course, there are disagreements. How fast will it go? When will the Russian economy collapse? Will it collapse? Those are disagreements. But regarding the situation right now, I think there's a general agreement that the Russian economy is booming and that they are spending a lot of the booming economy on defense.
Okay, thank you very much. Kirill, I think while kind of the two other presentations kind of pointed to kind of the military kind of and military spending and military kind of ideology, as it were, takes more space in Russia. Then your kind of argument is that when it comes to the military itself, it's not. It doesn't really work like that with the civilian leadership. On the contrary, kind of meddling more and having more kind of meddling more into what perhaps theoretically could be the more kind of autonomous sphere of the military, if I understand you correctly. And my question is kind of a naive one. I'm certainly not an expert in kind of the questions you're researching. So, if I understand you correctly, there is probably some kind of theoretical grounds to say that there is a division of labor between the civilian and military leadership, and if the military leadership is kind of given their autonomy, then they will solve their tasks more efficiently, which perhaps was not the case in 2022. And then you say that based on this analysis that the picture seems to be kind of the civilians kind of intruding even more. So then my question is, if you would like to speculate a bit, perhaps, what are the reasons? Is there mistrust on part of the civilians to the military leadership? Is there kind of overconfidence in the civilian leadership that they actually know how to do this better? Are there other reasons? And I mean, you discussed this towards the end of some pros and cons from a certain perspective towards the end of your discussion. But could this be kind of some good news for those who do not wish the Russian military success? Is my question to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this. Just a bit of background. Military autonomy is important as long as it keeps producing effective results. As long as the military fulfills its mission for, well, in civilian times, defending the country and, you know, shows the results, then it's good, and theoretical implication of civil-military relations, why it's important to keep military autonomy. In the Russian case, actually, the military autonomy in this post-Soviet period was a thing that prevented Russia from achieving military effectiveness. To cut it short, because in a lot of cases, military leadership wanted to build a Soviet military in the country that is not longer the Soviet Union. And the periods when this military autonomy was breached, especially 2007 to 2012, during the reform of Serdyukov, for instance, this was the period when the civilians actually imposed, and sometimes very harshly, some people actually in the military leadership suicided in that period, disagreeing with the changes, and imposed severe changes that brought positive for the Russian government outputs, results. 2012, the reform finished. 2 years later, Russian troops annexed Crimea and started the war in Ukraine in 2014, and, you know, support the eastern separatists in the Donbas. Currently, there are so many problems with the Russian military that they failed to solve. Some they did, and that's why Russia keeps fighting. That I think in the civilian government there is an understanding, and Putin personally, that it's time, especially when there is a military advantage, superiority, current temporary military superiority over Ukraine. You don't need just to look at the map. There is a period when I think they can potentially introduce this again, limit military autonomy, introduce changes that would be beneficial for them. But again, the key ingredient that is missing, who would be leading the general staff then? Because again, General Gerasimov is a representative of the old guard, if you can say so. He's been for many years already. And in my view, if they really want to achieve success in improving the military, they need to change this official. The good news for, I think, all normal people is that in this system, where again, in this highly personalized Russian civil-military relations, giving even more power for the president to intervene when there is no real objective procedures, more or less functional, to give evidence for decision makers in the civilian government about what's happening in the armed forces, let alone on the front line, which is even worse than in civilian period, greatly increases the likelihood of a failure, of a shocking failure. Because if they start to, for example, implement changes that would what they did in 2008, 2012, that would be such a destabilizing event because the military is fighting a war that would, again, in my view, produce with a high degree of certainty severe disagreements, problems on the front line, problems with the supplies of the troops, and so forth, you name it, depending on the scale of changes. So, and this is a highly personalized system, again, and we should always think about the Ukrainian side because they are also aware of this, and they can do some so let's say operations that would push Russia to make mistakes. This creates an opportunity, a space for opportunities for making a mistake in the Russian system. In terms of overconfidence, I don't think the decision makers can be overconfident, but currently, I mean, they have some evidence that, again, comparatively to Ukraine, relatively to Ukraine, Russia has some superiority, and again, they have a momentum to do something to achieve, well, what they want, some sort of victory against Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Håvard, I think I'll continue my hunt for good news. I think I will, because, I mean, just the title of your presentation, it's, you have studied kind of this patriotic education upbringing, studied it, documented, theorized about it for a very long time. And when you look at this, it often seems like this just steady, linear, dark development with kind of more and more focus on the military, more and more focus on kind of social cohesion and agreement. So I would like you to reach for some straws. Is there, in all this kind of material and in your studies, are there any kind of positive news, some positive developments?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Not necessarily positive news, good news or positive developments, but my answer would be close to that of Kirill's, that our hope lies in the relative weakness of the Russian system to achieve its aims in this regard as well. Because the key question here is, of course, does it work? If this doesn't work, then it's not too much to worry about, right? And the simple answer is we don't really know whether it works. We have experiences from the Soviet Union, for instance, where appearances were kept up until suddenly everything collapsed very quickly. And nobody would kind of, or few growing up under the system of patriotic education would kind of see it as decisive for their support of the Soviet system later. I have two takes on the two kind of pathways to claim that Russia is fairly weak in implementing this policy. The one is that patriotic education has always been promoted from a position of perceived weakness. We need patriotic education, the Russian decision makers say, because the youth are not patriotic, right? So it's basically a way to tackle a problem. And this is very important because it has been the case since the late 90s and all the way up until today. The kids are not patriotic enough. And when the Russian patient here does not respond to this medicine, the Russian state keeps increasing the dosage. But there is nothing radically new about the development through these 30 years. So we know that the medicine is not perfect, right? The second indication is a survey and some other research done on focus groups on the perceptions of youth. I did a specific survey on the support for militaristic policy in the Russian population in 2018, and there the youth is clearly the least supportive. Even if they have already then been subjected, some of them for their entire lives, of patriotic education, they support war to a lesser degree, they support the military's role in education to a lesser degree, they support military role models in fiction to a lesser degree than the adult population. So I hear people talking about generation of brainwashed Russian youth, but I don't think we're there, at least not yet. So that's, we always need to look to the youth for hope, I guess.
Yeah, thanks for the positive note and for also for linking it back to the conference's overall theme as well, with strengths and weaknesses. We have nine minutes left before lunch, so I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Kristin will identify you, and please introduce yourself, and please be as concise and pointed in your questions as possible. Then we will have the time to address more questions from you. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be short, concise and precise. Professor, University of Oslo. I have a question for Cecilia concerning the availability of military hardware. Of course, there are some things that you cannot trace, but we see that Russia is building alliances to countries in order to get access to a specific hardware that makes it possible for them to continue the war. So how much is that really helping, I mean, in terms of increasing military expenditures and buying of hardware elsewhere to use in the war? Are they successful in doing that, or are they not successful? And the other question goes to Kirill Shaimiev, and this is the question that everybody gets in terms of rotations and allocations in the upper level of the executive in the Russian Federation. So there were some rumors about people being moved into certain positions in order to close the circle around Putin, and also to prepare maybe for the day that Putin will resign in some way. Again, speculations, or is there anything in it that you could read from these allocations that would point in a direction of something vaguely similar to that? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for a very interesting panel. Ingrid Opdahl, Institute for Defense Studies. I have a question for you, Cecilia, but I suppose it can actually be extended to the other speakers, especially Kirill Shaimiev as well, because what you are sort of implying in your presentation is a sort of a muddling through situation, that there are imbalances. Russia can muddle through, at least for a while, and that while is a bit further off than many people would perhaps hope for. Certainly I would. But we have seen muddling through in many cases, also in Russia historically, also in a sort of fairly recent history. And that's the natural first question then, is what is the breaking point? Are there certain things that we should watch? And from your perspective as an economist, for example, is for example the institutional autonomy of the central bank, how sustainable do you think that is? So issues like that would be interesting to hear your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Kirill, I think the questions are addressed to Cecilia and Kirill. Who wants to start?
Okay, so if I caught the question correctly, you were asking whether Russia was successful in buying hardware enough for sustaining the war. And I don't follow on what it's like the most important things are the ability to deliver missiles and ammunition. I don't know how much they get delivered each month and the production rates. But I think that that Russia has to import ammunition and missiles from like North Korea and Iran is a sign that everything is not going perfectly well within the Russian economy. I think that they would prefer to produce this themselves. However, it might go through some time being able to build up the production lines, so I don't know how this will develop in the future. And if I take the second question from Ingrid, the breaking point for the Russian economy, what is that? I don't know when that happens, or if it happens. If there is like a really hard landing in the Russian economy, but I don't. If it really runs down and a lot of unemployment happens, that could probably be really hard for the Russian economy. But then again, it's like the oral state that goes so deeply into all of the economy, which you can use so many measures. Like they have put in cheaper bank loans for the ones that are hired within the defense industry for one private bank. It's like all these little measures that we would not expect to happen in a normal Western economy. So yeah, but I think that, like you point out, the independence of the Russian central bank is really helpful. They've been strong and been able to make good plans for how to sustain the economy through these difficult times. And I think that the measures they put up was a huge impact on Russia's ability to stay put and maintain the economy during the first year war, which was obviously the most difficult one to get by. So yeah, I think you have a good point there about the independence of the central bank.
Yeah, my short answer would be on the first one, Putin potentially resigning. Definitely not now. I don't see any evidence on this. That's three layers, three factors. First, because I do think they believe they're going to win this war. And as the commander-in-chief and the president, why would he even consider leaving if he's going to be victorious in this? Second, it's historical. I like the case of Kazakhstan, when Russia actually saved Tokayev's President Tokayev, but also Nazarbayev's system by intervening when there was severe unrest. Who would support Putin if the same thing happens? And I guess there was some kind of intra-elite struggle in Kazakhstan back then, and that Russia helped to stop. And third, it's personally, if we see all the leaked documents, the insider and all the excellent Russian investigative journalists, they invest so much in his personal safety and well-being, like modernizing planes, trains, and everything. It shows that they're really concerned about his personal safety. On the breaking point, I think I would a bit reframe it. This breaking point would involve, in my view, a combination of structural deficiencies with active measures of Russia's adversaries, be it domestic, I don't know, intra-elite struggles, or Ukraine, or any other powers, but also the use of problems that they're having, both institutional or with the economy, you name it, or intra-ethnic relationship, for example. So once there is someone who can combine this, and then in my view, there could be a breaking point. This, but the broader discussions, for example, when people were referring to the Kursk invasion, I think there was a calculation that would somehow affect Russian leadership. I think it was too weak. It's just an example of how things can go. If it was combined with something else, yes, it could have been more effective. But this is kind of the line of thinking of how I see potential future in Russia.
Thank you. That is what we had time for. 2 pieces of practical information. No lunch will be served right outside of this hall. Please be back at 12:40 for the keynote speech by Timothy Frye. And join me in thanking the panel for sharing their knowledge and reflections with us.
Okay, welcome everyone back from lunch, and it's my pleasure to recommence with the keynote, introduce our keynote, Professor Timothy Frye, who has been almost two decades at Columbia University at the Harriman Center as a professor there, firmly established in our field. And in that time he's written at least 3 books about primarily political economy, about institutions, markets, property, state building, all of the big questions of transition that vexed us in that period that seem to vex us less now or in a different way. Many of us know Timothy Frye as the editor of Post-Soviet Affairs, where we address him as Professor Frye. If you would please look at our consideration, take under consideration our manuscript. So we rarely get the chance to have first-hand and first-name interactions with Tim, if I may be so bold. But we also know the work that Tim has done linking up research stateside with research in Russia, in the study of it, the Center of the Studies of Institutional Development at the Higher School of Economics, which was a very promising development amongst many others at the Higher School of Economics that was unfortunately ruptured in 2022. It's a real pleasure to have Tim here as our keynote, and I wanted to also talk about Tim's most recent book, his 4th book, which was, of course, Weak Strong Man, The Limits of Power in Putin's Russia, and a book I would strongly recommend because it brings us to that question of how Putin performs that balancing act on a number of different vectors all at the same time, like the world's great juggling act. But in that book, much of the conventional wisdom was questioned, and it's very appropriate now to have the chance for Tim to sort of open up again with changed circumstances. That book came out in 2021, and like all of us, Tim's also wrestling with these great challenges to understand the changing pictures. So without further ado, I'll give you the floor, Tim. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Yes, as editor of Post-Soviet Affairs, my jokes are much funnier, and I wonder when I step down if people will still laugh. I think so. So I'm going to talk today about some public opinion research that I've been doing in Russia with several colleagues. And I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that it's gotten a lot more difficult to study Russian society. And lots of smart people are trying to figure out how to do that. So we have some groups like Levada Center and MCIOM doing their traditional face-to-face interviewing. We have other groups doing online surveys every day of Russians. We have people from Public Sociology Lab doing kind of deep qualitative interviewing. And it's really important because it's just become very challenging to study a country's public opinion when it's an autocracy and when it's at war. And I was really glad this morning that we had a number of different perspectives presented here to try to triangulate our understanding of what's going on in Russian society, because that's really important. So let me skip ahead a little bit and talk about the research that I've done, and then you can decide whether or not you think it's any good. It's joint work with Henry Hale from George Washington University, John Reuter from University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and Bryn Rosenfeld from Cornell University. And it's part of the Russian election study, which is a long-running panel survey of Russian citizens that actually began in 1996. And after every parliamentary and presidential elections, a standard set of questions was asked to respondents. Elections have become less important, but the surveys, we hope, are still valuable. And we got very lucky with this survey in the sense that we conducted one wave of the survey, or actually 2 waves of the survey, pretty close to the start of the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So we had a survey in the field in December of 2021, and where we asked some questions about people's attitudes towards Ukraine. And what we're able to do with this survey is by asking the same people the same questions over time, we're better able to capture trends in their evolution of their responses. So this kind of panel approach is really helpful because there's a knotty problem in doing public opinion research. If you just do a survey at one point in time, and you find a correlation between, say, support for Putin and support for the war. It could be that people are supporting Putin because they support the war, or it could be that they support the war because they're supporting Putin. And it's a very difficult problem to get around. So what we're able to do in the survey is we're able to use responses that respondents gave us prior to the war, right, in December 2021, to predict their responses in September 2023 when we conducted the most recent wave of the survey. I should say the data that I'll present is mostly from September of 2023, but we have a fourth wave that's going into the field shortly, right? So, yes, there's always questions about data quality, and I'm not sure how many political science geeks there are in the audience like me that are motivated to go into the details about how we figure out whether or not the responses that we're getting are valid and reliable. But let me do one thing. You'll allow me, indulge me. I wasn't going to do this, but I can't resist. So, for example, one thing, if we look at the Putin approval question, and we look at three waves from August 2021, December 2021, and then September 2023, on the left, if we just ask a binary question, do you approve of the political activities of Vladimir Putin, we see that the don't know response was 13% of respondents, which is much higher than we saw prior to the war, right? So it could be that people are afraid to reveal their opposition to Vladimir Putin, and they hide in the don't know responses. Or it could be that during the war, people are just inherently more uncertain about how they feel about Vladimir Putin, given that he has undertaken this full-scale invasion. So in the same survey, we also asked a question, tell us how much you approve of Vladimir Putin on a scale of 0 to 100. So if we use a much finer scale, we find that the don't know responses go way down, and only 3% of respondents said that they don't know or refuse to answer. Right? So this suggests that, at least with the Putin approval question, that there is more uncertainty about whether or not respondents approve of Vladimir Putin, and they're not using this answer to hide from I don't know, any kind of reprisals or social desirability bias, in that they want to tell the interviewer what they want to hear. The other, and this is something that Rita mentioned this morning, this list experiment. When I described this the first time to my Russian survey colleagues at the Levada Center, they said, "Это очень хитрый вопрос," which means this is a very cunning question, right? So what we do is we divide our sample into two groups. One group is a control group, and they get 3 items, the 3 items on the left. My father does not have a higher education. I watch television at least once a week, and I've been to Moscow. Then the other randomly selected group in the treatment group gets 4 items. They get the same 3 items, but they also get a sensitive item or a potentially sensitive item, which is, I support continuing the war in Ukraine. And respondents are asked, please don't tell me which of these items apply to you, just tell me how many, right? So the idea here is we want to give the respondents some cloak that they can hide in order to reveal their true responses, because the interviewers can't know which of the items they're actually approving of. We just know how many. So what we see is that when people in the control group were just given those 3 very bland questions, the average response was about 1.73. Right, so people said, how many of these do you apply to you? And we find that that answer is 1.73. When we add in the treatment group, do you support continuing the war in Ukraine? The average response was 2.1. So even I can do this math. 1.73 minus 2.01 gives us 38%, right? So just by adding this extra item to the question, we find that about 38% of respondents support continuing the war in Ukraine. When we asked people directly, the response was 43%. So a little bit higher, but not significantly higher. So when we use questions like this, we can try to tease out whether or not respondents are answering these questions honestly. Okay, that's the political science geeky part of the presentation, and we can return to our regularly scheduled programming, which is the real substance of the matter. Although I do think it is important for you to understand that we've done a lot of effort to try to figure out whether or not the responses we're getting are accurate. So here's the direct question, which is, do you support or not support the continuation of a special military operation in Ukraine? So we see that 43% said yes, 34% said no, I do not support, and around 22% said hard to say, or I refuse to answer. When we divide the sample into respondents who said that they approve of Vladimir Putin, we find that the number goes up to about 54%. So among Putin supporters, about 54% support continuing the war in Ukraine. But that tells us that roughly 45% have some reservations about continuing the war, even among Putin supporters. So we think that's a pretty interesting result. This is a question I like because it forces respondents to make a trade-off. Often when we give respondents questions, they're answering as if it's cost-free. Do you support the war? Yes, I support the war, right? But here we're asking them, okay, let's say that governments have to make hard choices about how they spend their funds. Is it more important for the government to spend on social programs or on the military? And what we see is, roughly 42% said that the government should be spending on social policies, and around 30% say military spending. We also asked some questions about respondents' personal experiences during the war. Research from the United States suggests that people's experiences during war influence how they decide whether or not to support military conflict. Here's some of the interesting things is about 14% of our respondents said that a close one or a family member had left the country due to the special military operation, and about 40% reported that their financial position had noticeably declined. So while the macro economy picture looks great, and there are lots of winners in Russia's war economy, there's also lots of people who are very nervous about their economic future. Now, this is a question that we got lucky with. In December of 2021, with no foresight that a war was about to break out, we asked respondents, what should Russia do in the situation with Ukraine? We see about 2/3 of respondents said that Russia should send humanitarian aid or provide moral support. 9% said weapons, and only 8% said send in the armed forces, and 30% said Russia should stay out of it. Interestingly, about 8% of respondents said it was hard to say or they refused to answer. And keep that in mind, because I'm going to come back to it later in the presentation, and I'll show you that those hard to say and refuse to answer responses are associated with less support for continuing the war in the future. Okay? We also asked a question about a general mobilization of draft-age men, and we find, as others have found, that a full-scale mobilization is very unpopular among the Russian public. Our data suggests that about 3 in 4 Russians are fully disagree or more or less disagree with conducting a general mobilization. Okay? We get at this in a more subtle way with a survey experiment. And this is similar to the data that, or the approach that Rita took earlier this morning. So here we divide our sample into 4 groups. The groups are randomly selected, so in principle they're all identical. And the only difference in the responses should be due to the different ways that we ask each of them a question, right? So we asked this hypothetical question. Imagine that tomorrow there will be an election for the State Duma, and in your electoral district, a candidate has been put forward by United Russia. He's 50 years old. His program is focused on increasing support for schools, building new schools in the region. And during the campaign, some information emerges. It becomes well known that he has adopted 2 handicapped children from an orphanage. That was because we wanted to give some positive valence to politicians in Russia, as many ordinary citizens are not exactly enthusiastic, as they are in many countries, about their candidates on offer during elections. Okay, so the first group, the control agreement, gets no further information, and respondents are asked, how likely are you to vote for this candidate on this 4-point scale, right? A second group is told the exact same information, but is also told that in addition, he supports raising the pension age for women to 65. A third group is told that this candidate supports a mobilization of all men of draft age for the special military operation in Ukraine. And a fourth group is told, in addition, he supports beginning peace negotiations with Ukraine, right? So this is a subtle way to try to get at how respondents feel about mobilization, about a policy, pension reform, which we know is very unpopular, and about peace negotiations in Ukraine. So what do we find? Well, we find that in the group that doesn't receive any further information, where they just get the boilerplate about the candidate, about 65% of respondents says that they were likely or more or less likely to vote for this candidate. However, when we tell them that this candidate also supported raising the pension age, only 23% of respondents said that they were likely or more or less likely to support this candidate. When we tell them that this candidate also wants to conduct a mobilization, only 40% of respondents say that they would be likely to vote for this candidate. And intriguingly, 61% of respondents said that they would be likely to vote for this candidate if they were to begin peace negotiations, right? So what we can take away from this subtle way of asking this question is that pension reform is really unpopular. We really knew that. General mobilization is also less unpopular, but somewhat less so. Moreover, there doesn't seem to be an electoral penalty for advocating for peace negotiations, right? There was very little difference between the control group and the group that was told that the candidate was in favor of peace negotiations. So we think that these results are kind of interesting. Let me go through one last set of results. Here we want to look at who rallied to back the war in Ukraine. That is, among the 92% of respondents who in December 2021 did not think it was a good idea to send armed troops into Ukraine, what types of individuals then shifted to supporting the war when we did the survey in September of 2023, okay? So that's what we're interested in here. Who switched from being somebody who did not want to send troops in December 2021, but in September 2023 said, yes, I support continuing the war. We can start off with some basic demographics, and just to give you some sense of what these numbers mean, this tells us that women were about 19 percentage points less likely to change their position from not in favor of sending troops to favoring continuing the war. And this is similar to what Rita found in her work this morning. We also see that agreeable respondents, this is psychological research that's been pioneered by Graham Robertson and Sam Green, and they find that people who have the personality trait of being an agreeable person, you know, people who don't like conflict and like to get along, they tend to really not like the war effort, which makes some sense. However, some other factors that we might think are important don't really seem to be related, right? So, you know, your level of income, whether you're identify as Orthodox, whether you're Russian, town size here is not quite statistically significant, and we see that the size of the changes here are all relatively small. We also found that in people who approved of Vladimir Putin in December of 2021, when Putin's approval rating was in the low 60%, right, that this group was very likely to shift in support of the war effort. So this cueing effect that a politician can lead public opinion seems to be very prevalent in the Russian case. We also see that these shy respondents, these are the respondents that in December of 2021 said that they don't know or they didn't want to answer about what Russia should do in the situation in Ukraine. We find that they're about 13 percentage points less likely to support the war effort. So this tells us that there is some hiding going on among respondents when you ask them this question about what Russia should do in its relations with Ukraine. We also see that respondents who in December 2021 held strongly anti-Western views and had very strong traditional values. People who believed that marriage was between a man and should be between a man and a woman. People who believed that Russia should not be empathetic towards the LGBTQ community. That this group too rallied to support the war effort. We also looked at how people's media diets, again in 2021, predict their support for the war in 2023. We don't find a lot going on here. We find that respondents who rely on the big 3 TV channels are no more likely than respondents who rely on Odnoklassniki or Vkontakte, other Russian social media sites. We find that they're not more likely to shift towards backing the war. We do find that Facebook users, surprisingly, were more likely to shift in favor of supporting the war. We don't know why this is. It's not a large group. It's only about 12% of the population. And if anybody has an answer for that, I would be glad to. I would be glad for your help. That's the one puzzling result. Respondents who believe that the Russian economy is not doing well were much less likely to shift and support the war effort. And also, people who thought that the elite around Putin were mostly loyal and were unified were a lot more likely to switch. I'll talk a little bit more about this in the conclusion. We also find, surprisingly, that having a close member of your family or your friends mobilized doesn't seem to have much impact on people's attitudes towards the war, and also having a close one who's in the military, who's fighting in the war, also doesn't have much impact. And it could be because there are both positive and negative things going on there. On the one hand, you're angry that someone close to you has been mobilized. On the other hand, you want to support the war effort so that they're safe and don't get hurt. So there might be some interesting relationships there that we're still trying to sort out. So one way to tell the story about how people switched and came to support the war in Russia is that it primarily came from people who were already supporting Vladimir Putin, who had strong traditional values, who held strongly anti-Western views, and people who think that the economy is doing well. So those seems to be some of the main drivers for where we see support for the war coming. Now, I want to echo something that Rita said this morning, is these are just responses to survey questions. They're costless. The questions themselves are simple. You might say that they're simplistic, but that's the nature of survey research. We're measuring attitudes and perceptions. We're not measuring actual behavior, right? It's very important not to project public opinion onto policy outcomes. Even in democracies, there are lots of policies that majorities overwhelmingly support that don't get passed because there are small groups who care intensely about them that ultimately win out in the policy process. So what are some other things that we can look at to try to measure public responses towards the war that are outside the context of a survey? Well, one thing we might look at shocks to the system, such as the Ukraine's incursion into Kurskaya Oblast and to the Prigozhin mutiny, and see how people respond, right? So it didn't, others might have different views, it didn't seem to me that during Prigozhin's mutiny, there was a groundswell of support to take to the streets to defend the regime. Most people, most elites and the masses, sat on the fences and waited to see how it was going to turn out before they made their decision. And this is very different from, say, Erdogan's behavior during the mutiny in Turkey, where he went to got on the television. Actually, it was on Facebook, wasn't it? And he said, "Go to the streets to defend the regime," because he was confident that the masses would actually do that. It could be the case that Vladimir Putin was less confident that if he asked people to go onto the streets that they would follow him, so he did not do that. So that's one way to look at public opinion outside of a survey context. Another is to look at the pay for contract soldiers, right? The more that the Russian government has to pay to get people to fight is also a good kind of behavioral indicator of people's willingness to go and fight. And we see that the price for getting someone to go fight in the war has been increasing. We can also look at some kind of indirect measures. So while if we look at the Levada Center data, and I should say Levada conducted this survey, so I'm not using this to criticize them. I love Levada Center. They've done a lot of great work. But it's the case that when you ask people how things are going in Russia, they say generally very good. Right? The direction of the country is positive rather than negative. But when you look at the behavior of Russians, it's not always the case. So like birth rates, for example, have been down sharply since the start of the war, which suggests that there's a lot more anxiety and uncertainty in people's actual behavior rather than in their survey responses. Okay. Last point, does this matter? Right? Russia is an autocracy, and it's not as if Russian politicians are so accountable that they fear that if they choose a policy that most Russians don't like, they will be removed from office. So one way to interpret these data is in line with the argument that I made in Weak Strongman, where Putin is seen as too strong to lose power, but too weak to govern effectively, and that he's constantly balancing two potential challenges. One comes from the elite, and one comes from the masses. Autocrats can be overthrown by an elite coup, or they can be overthrown by a revolt by the masses. And what makes this a challenging problem is that it's hard to resolve both of those at the same time. Typically, addressing one of those threats makes the other threat more likely. So in this way, public opinion does matter, and the Kremlin certainly seems to think it matters because they are the largest purchaser of public opinion data in Russia, and they pay very close attention to public opinion in Russia. Now, one might argue that no, actually public opinion doesn't matter so much, because look at the high rates of casualties in Russia, and it does not seem to have had much effect on Russian behavior. But here, there's an argument from the US case where there have been US has conducted lots of wars. There's lots of research on public opinion towards conflict, and one of the insights from this research suggests that, at least in the US case, American public was willing to tolerate casualties as long as they thought that the war was going in the right direction, right? But once elites started to squabble and it became kind of legitimate to criticize the war, particularly the Vietnam case, then people began to question whether or not the war effort was worthwhile, and the impact of casualties had a big effect. So to date, most Russians think that they are winning. So it might be that Russians are saying, yes, the losses have been great, but as long as the perception is that the Russian military will ultimately be successful, they're willing to tolerate these kinds of losses. Now, I just came across this yesterday, so this is the last slide, and apologies for not translating this, but this suggests that, maybe, Russians' views on the state of the war, might be changing a little bit. Most surveys suggest that, Russians think that the war is going well. This one points to evidence in a slightly different direction, and it says, what do you think, has the conduct of the military operation in Ukraine brought more harm than good? And this is May 2023, 38% said it brought more good, 41% said more harm, 21% said it's hard to say. In September of 2024, only 28% said that it's brought more good, 47% said more harm, and about 25% said that it was hard to answer. So as we're looking forward, one thing that we might be paying attention to is how Russians perceive whether or not the war is going well. And that might go a long way to suggesting the direction in which Russian public opinion is going to go. Thank you very much.
Please take a seat.
Great, thanks.
Okay, we have around, actually about 12 minutes before we have to break at 1:30. We have a 10-minute break at that point. I should have introduced myself before. My name is Matthew Blackburn. I'm a senior researcher at NUPI, and I mainly work on Russian domestic politics. So it's been a pleasure to hear this presentation, and I will just start off with a few general questions. If we think about how the picture of Russia that was built up in, say, the 10 years leading up to 2022, where Russia and the West are in sustained kind of confrontation, relations are worsening. What would you say about looking at how that picture was understood? Which parts of it were translated to policymakers in the Biden administration? And we get to this critical period, there still seems to be a rather strong picture that this was a brittle regime and its support could easily change. So you talked earlier about how the Kremlin reads polling data and it adjusts itself suitably. But the West has also been doing that too. So maybe you might have some comments on why was the West unable to make Putin unpopular, so to speak, in the last few years?
So I think Russia's a big country, and it's very difficult, big complicated country, and it's difficult for countries outside to influence developments within Russia. In the Soviet period, successive presidential administrations had great plans for how they could try to manipulate Russian public opinion, to manipulate Russian elites, and had very little impact. Actually, I think the biggest impact that the West has on Russian domestic politics is in its own behavior, right? So right now, liberal democracy, the brand of liberal democracy has taken quite a hit. And events like January 6th in the United States have made it much more difficult for people within Russia to stand up and say, yeah, liberal democracy, that's a pretty good thing. I'm willing to sacrifice. That's a future that I would like. So I think rather than trying to look at some kind of policy levers, if the West wants to have influence over Russian society, the best thing it can do is get its own house in order so that Russians say, oh, this is an attractive model I'd like. Because if you look at public opinion data, Russians will say, oh, I'm very skeptical about democracy because I associate democracy with the 1990s. But electing my mayors, oh, yes, of course I like that. Free speech, oh, yes, I like that as well. Freedom of assembly, I like that. It's just democracy that I don't like because they have this negative connotation with it. So.
When it came to the end of your book in 2021, I think it was published before Navalny went back to Russia in 2021. You didn't have time to fit that into the picture fully. But looking back, if you look at where you were in the middle of 2021, and if you had thought, based on public opinion, survey data, based on Putin's assessments of his strengths and weaknesses and his kind of relative stability, you wouldn't have been one to predict the invasion, of course, because predictions is a loser's game. But overall, how did you kind of interpret the decision to launch the war, and then how do you interpret the nature of this war, because it does relate to your presentation in a sense. Do you see it as a limited war that has been waged incrementally, so it's a salami slicing approach, and does that fit into your interpretation of this data?
Yeah, so in April of 2022, I was given the opportunity to write a new epilogue for the paperback version of the book, and this was only 3 weeks into the war, and the publisher said, oh, by the way, the book won't come out until September. So there was quite a challenge to write something in March when we were still deep in the fog of war, to say something that would have some weight. So one thing I undersold in the book was that leaders are a lot more important on foreign policy, both in democracies and particularly in autocracies. And to my mind, the invasion of Ukraine doesn't happen without Vladimir Putin. There are many people around him who are very skeptical of the West, but Putin is the one who really feels most strongly about Ukraine. So my book doesn't account well, I think, for the actual decision to go into Ukraine, which was really, I think, a personal decision made by Vladimir Putin. What the book does better is it's better at understanding why the performance of the Russian army wasn't what we expected it to be. All of the governance problems that I cite in the book and the difficult kinds of trade-offs that Putin has to make, I think have really been borne out during the war. And mobilization is the perfect example, where there's a lot of military reasons why Russia might like to mobilize its troops, but Putin recognizes that this would be a very costly endeavor, so he avoids doing it. So the book isn't so good on the decision to go to war, but once we're at war, it does help to understand some of the dynamics.
Before I open up to the floor for questions, one more, it's a little bit more of a geeky question. Well, not geeky, but it's about if you lose 5 or 6% of the population, or 3%, the most influential voices, the ones with the biggest influencers, and they were in your data set, they were in the country, they were active before, but then they're gone after February 2022 or after September 2022. How do you factor that in? Because then you really are interested in that middle, so-called apolitical segment.
So two broad points. One is, the kinds of public opinion research that we do is very good for capturing the view of the average Russian, right? We don't have samples that are large enough to say anything about, for example, non-Russians. Like that would take a different sampling strategy. Or like I mentioned Sam Green and Graham Robertson, they're interested in the Russian middle class, right? So that's their group, online respondents, and they can say something interesting about that. So what we can do is, on average, we can say, okay, there's a bias in the responses in that, at the margins, there's going to be slightly less kind of pro-Western, pro-liberal young people in our sample because they've already left the country. Often when we're interpreting public opinion data, we know the direction of the bias, we just don't know how large it is. So we can say something about in this case, that if this emigration had not happened, support for the war would be slightly less, but we just don't know how much less.
Excellent. I'll open to the floor for any questions. Please also state your name and affiliation. Yeah, question on the left, and then there as well. So I'll just take you in order.
Thank you.
Oh, it's okay, Jakub.
Okay. My name is Jakub Godzimierz. I am a research professor at NUPI, and I would like to ask you a question about, because we have been discussing public attitudes, but those attitudes are influenced by many factors. And one of the factors is that the Russian authorities are paying relatively well for dying on the battlefield. To what extent this can explain some of the support for the war or lack of opposition towards the war and so on and so on?
Yeah, great. So it's very interesting. On the one hand, the Russian government is saying that this is an existential crisis for Russia, and that if we let our guard down, there'll be NATO tanks on Red Square tomorrow. On the other hand, it's not a war, it's a special military operation. It's not going to affect you. Don't worry about it. We're going to do everything we can to keep the economy going and insulate you from these effects. So this is one of the reasons why the support for the war has been relatively high, is that the costs have been very concentrated on poor, non-Russians, prisoners, groups that lack even the marginal political voice that middle-class, urban, well-educated Russians have. And I think for a long time that image can be perpetuated, but as the casualties come back, I think the costs become harder and harder to hide. So it will be interesting to see how exposure to casualties or war veterans. I know in the US case in Vietnam, they had a huge impact. And in the Afghan war as well, in the Soviet Union, it had a big impact. Well, whether it'll have a big impact in Russia, I think, is yet to be seen.
Adrian.
Yeah, thank you very much for this talk. Adrian Rogstad from the University of Groningen. I have two questions. So one is, in one of your slides, you showed a big change in terms of anti-Western attitudes. So people with anti-Western attitudes were immediately above it. It said anti-NATO.
Yeah.
And that was nothing.
Yes.
So that's question one. What's going on there? Mm-hmm. Question two is on the use of birth rates and So first of all, obviously, this is the question of whether not wanting to have children means that you support the war or whether you're just anxious about the future. But a separate question I've been wondering about is there not also just material reality going on here, to be euphemistic? I mean, tens of thousands of Russian men are either dead in exile or mobilized. They're not going to have children.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so to take the last question first, You're absolutely right. I mean, this is very much an indirect indicator, and it can be interpreted in a variety of ways. I put that up there because I wanted to encourage people to start thinking about what are some of the other behavioral indicators we would see if Russians were confident in their future, if they were not anxious. So that's just one measure that gets us beyond the problem that surveys have of just being a kind of a costless response. The other question, about the anti, yeah. So we found that having anti-NATO attitudes in December 21 was not correlated with support for the war later on. And it's not the case that anti-NATO and anti-Western attitudes were so highly correlated that one is knocking the other out. It just is, I think the anti-Western attitudes captures a very broad range of things, including culture, and that is really the message from the Kremlin that has gained more traction than a narrow anti-NATO message, which is a message that Russians have heard, for a very long time. So the flip from being, the West is our partner, we're integrating with Europe, to, oh no, the West is a separate civilization, and we're different. That message seems to have resonated more.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? At the front, yeah. Svetlana.
Thank you very much. Svetlana Yerpoleva, Public Sociology Laboratory. If those people who switched from not supporting the intervention to supporting the war are anti-Western, right, have traditional values and anti-Putin, do you have any insights on who are then those 8% who initially would have supported the war? And I have some guess, but I don't know.
Good. Yeah. We can answer that question during the break when we look. If we can look at the data, and I haven't explored it, but I will say that if you include that 8% back into the analysis, we see that respondents who supported sending in troops in December 2021 were no more likely to support continuing the war than the average respondent. But people who thought that Russia should send weapons in became even more hawkish, and they supported continuing the war. So among that group of more hawkish respondents, it was, one group was more likely to shift their position than another. The group that, the most interesting group there was the ones that said, I don't want to answer this question, and they're the ones that were significantly less likely to say that they supported continuing the war. So we do, but we can answer the question of who were the super hawks in December of 2021.
Excellent. Any more questions from the audience at the back? Yes.
Yeah, hello, Michael Gentile, University of Oslo. I have a somewhat technical question, and that is because the data that you've presented, fascinating, is about the 25-30% of the persons that you contacted who probably responded. I don't know what the response rate is. Do you have a gut feeling about the other 75 or whatever it is %? And then secondly, because that's unit non-response, and then concerning item non-response, if I remember correctly, you included that with the don't knows, right?
Yeah.
Right, so because I think that you can more or less confidently state that the refusals are equal to the wrong answer, well, just sort of say the socially undesirable answer, whereas the don't knows could be just about anything.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. The last bit, your interpretation of the don't knows is exactly what we did here, which is we folded them in with the, in the continuing the war case, we folded them in with people who said that they don't support continuing the war. So I should have made that clear. We have a whole paper that looks at all of the technical questions about item non-response and about response rates. And one of the things that's nice we can do with the panel survey is we can look at the attrition rates. So not everybody continues to participate over time. And we see that depending on the wave, the successful re-interview rate is around 70%, which is very similar to other kinds of panel surveys. And the same things that predict people not taking part in future waves in a survey in non-war settings in democracies also predict attrition in our sample as well. So for example, unreliable men are more likely to drop out than reliable women. We find the same thing in our data. One of the most interesting things in the analysis of who drops out of the different waves is that Putin opponents are more likely to stay in the sample, right? So one way to interpret that is this is some opportunity for them to voice their views. It's not a huge group, but that was one of the more anomalous results. But on the other indicators, our panel behaves a lot like other panels. I'm glad to know there's some other, people who are really interested in the technical, geeky questions about that we spend so much time thinking about.
Well, we have time for just one more quick question, and then we have to wrap up. Yeah, Kirill, you have the last question.
Thank you, Kirill Shemifi, CFR. I have a question about, have you traced any spillover effects of those who were initially opposing the invasion, then became supportive of the war, to say abortion, immigrants, any other?
No, that's a very good question. And actually, we have this new wave of the survey that's going in the field in October, and that will give us some opportunity to see if there is change at the individual level. So it could be that somebody switches in September 2023 and says, oh no, the war's not going so great, I oppose it. And then we interview them in October 2024 and they say, oh no, actually, we're not doing so badly, so maybe I do support it. So that's one of the things that we'll be tracking with this next wave that we can't do with this, but that's a great suggestion.
All right, in that case, I will wrap things up, and please share your thanks and appreciation for Tim Frye for coming all the way from America and give us this talk.
Thank you. That was great.
Very good.
I hope that was okay.
It went perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
by the Nazis.
What? Yeah. No. Here, and we will put. Voilà. Yes, yeah, I control. Hello. To start with, I would like to thank you all who are still here, because it's not that obvious that people are going to retain focus and interest in this type of half-day event. I would like to first introduce you to a slightly different format, because we are not going to have any presentations, we are going to have a discussion. This session is also a part of another project that is called NUPI Factor, the project that we have been conducting together with the Kazimierz Pułaski Foundation in Warsaw, where we look at the Polish and the Norwegian approaches to security in the context of the ongoing war in Ukraine. And we know, we have learned a lot about the impact the war has had on the public opinion in Russia, about the public mood in Russia. The 3 previous sessions were mostly devoted to those to addressing those questions. Now we are going to look at how this war has impacted on Russia's relations with some other actors. And the war triggered a number of responses. One of the responses was the fact that the geopolitical landscapes around Russia has changed rather dramatically. One of the official motivations for Putin to go to war against Ukraine was to stop what he perceived as a coming NATO enlargement. He launched the war. The war did not go as he's supposed to go. The Kiev was not put under control in the scope of days or weeks as it was most probably expected. And the war has also had a number of other consequences. And one of those consequences is something that I will ask our partners in this panel to dwell a little bit upon. I have a very good opportunity being joined by 3 colleagues working on various aspects of security in the broader European context. First, we have Mina Olander from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, who has been doing a lot of interesting studies on the impact of NATO on the choices made by the Finnish government and people. So she will share some of her thoughts about the NATO enlargement, what has been the most important triggers in the public debate in Finland. Then we also have Zbigniew Pisarski, who has played a major part in shaping the Central European thinking about security, because he is one of the co-organizers of the biggest international security conference in Central Europe, the Warsaw Security Forum. He has been one of the founders of the Kazimierz Pułaski Foundation, and the Kazimierz Pułaski Foundation is the main organizer of the Warsaw Security Forum. It was the 11th edition of the forum this year, 2,500 people joining to discuss various aspects of European security. So we expect that he is going to be able to share some of his thoughts about the broader context of European security, how the war has impacted on security thinking in Central Europe, with some focus on Poland. Poland has also gone through a different set of had to address different set of challenges, and this is also important to learn a little bit more about. And then we have Kadri Lik. Kadri is an expert working on Russian policy matters and on Russia's relations with Europe over the past several years for the European Council of Foreign Relations. She has been involved in a number of studies and surveys on trying to map the attitudes in Russia towards cooperation with Europe, but also on how the European actors have responded to those Russian attempts at building various types of relations with them. And I asked Kadri to share with us her insights on how this whole situation is being addressed by the Russian political class and what this can tell us about the future of Russia's relations with Europe and so on. So I will start by asking three questions. The first one would go to Mina, the second one would go to Zbigniew, and the third one would go to Kadri. I will ask you to not use more than maybe 5 minutes on those initial questions, so we have a kind of opportunity to have some more exchange of views amongst others, amongst ourselves, but also we also would like to open for questions for the audience. My first question that would go to Mina. What has been the main trigger of the debate in Finland on NATO and NATO membership? We know that Finland for more than for several decades tried to navigate between the West and the East. In 1995, Finland joined the European Union, but the idea of Finland joining NATO seemed to be off the agenda for many years. But then something happens in Europe, and then the Finnish authorities and the Finnish audience shifts the kind of attitudes, and the membership in NATO is a fact after 2 years of debates, and now the situation has changed. How this may also impact on the whole situation in the region, and how this also is going to influence Finland's relations with Russia. Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. So there's a long story and there's a short story, and I will try to tell something in between. But basically, if we look at what you also mentioned, why Finland didn't join any earlier, there were several moments where Finland could have maybe considered it. So the first one was clearly when Finland joined the EU in the 90s. But at that time, the political leadership considered it to be too much an overstretch to do both NATO and EU integration at the same time. So the EU was prioritized. Then if we look at the 2000s, when, for example, there was the Eastern enlargement, with Poland joining already in 99, and then also the Baltic states shortly after. Well, I would say that, of course, there was the question of, for Finnish political elites, it was the question of, like, is this the right moment to do this? Is this the, are you hearing me? Well, okay, no. Is this the right moment to do this? Is it the right framework group? Are you hearing me or not? Yeah, it's like, yeah. Okay, good. So, should I take that? Yes, of course.
Some interventions.
Thank you. All right. Pardon my hair now, but anyways. Okay, let me just get this literally out of my hair. Here we go. So one thing that was pretty important in the early 2000s, why Finland, why it wouldn't have been maybe the best moment for Finland to join NATO, was that in Finland this focus on territorial defense and the need of it never went away, even after the Cold War. And in the 2000s, NATO was very much focused on the crisis management era, expeditionary operations, out-of-area operations, with like small professional forces and so on. And so the Finnish and the NATO threat assessments were like very far apart, actually. And then 2014 was, of course, like a very good question, why it didn't happen then. There was a surge in the discussion about the potential NATO membership, but the political leadership decided at the time that it was not a good moment to to go for this option and make it a big political discussion, because the public opinion was still much less clear than 2 years ago or 2.5 years ago. Then now we get to the actually short story of this, and that was that Finland had on the official level, Finland had for years the so-called NATO option policy, which was sort of like a response to the very regular Russian threats about potential consequences if Finland joins NATO. And the NATO option basically said that, okay, we stay non-allied as long as it suits us, but if the security environment changes significantly, then we reserve the right to reconsider this. And these conditions were met in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. The security environment and situation changed radically, and Finland went for the NATO option. So it was actually very consequent in that sense. Plus that then one very important psychological moment was in December 2021 when Putin issued this list of demands at NATO, including that no new countries should be accepted into the alliance. And this went against the Finnish NATO option policy and was totally unacceptable for a lot of Finns. So that's when the support for NATO membership actually started growing. So there's this interesting psychological effect very often in Finland that whenever the Kremlin tells us what not to do, Finns start thinking maybe this is precisely what we should do. And so that's when it started changing. And then it was this moment when Russia invaded Ukraine. It really went overnight that for the first time there was a clear majority, 53% in favor of NATO membership, and the numbers actually already 76% if the state leadership were to recommend this option. So it was really like the poll was conducted like or it came out 3 to 4 days after the beginning of the full-scale invasion. So it was really overnight that this happened, or actually already in the days preceding the invasion. So that's why Finland, I mean, in the end, Finland ended up joining exactly in the right moment, because now everybody understands why we kept the conscription and a big, large reserve-based land force and so on. And that would have been much harder to justify, let's say, 20 years ago when it was all about out-of-area operations. So that's the long and the short of why Finland joined NATO when it did, basically.
Thank you very much. I think that what Mina has just said is a very good kind of bridge to what I'm going to ask Zbigniew about, because in Poland the same type of considerations were made also on the eve of joining NATO, but this process took place much earlier than in the case of Finland. 1999 was the year when Poland joined NATO. This was done for the very same reasons as in the case of Finland. Poles were also told that it would not be wise to join NATO, which meant that many in Poland meant that it was the right moment to join NATO. Zbigniew, maybe you could share some thoughts about what the Poland's NATO experience has to do with the current situation, how what Poland has learned being a NATO member can be shared with other newer members, and how the Polish membership in NATO is about to, and the membership of NATO of Finland and Sweden is going to reshape the security situation in the Baltic Sea region and in a broader European context.
1 hour should be enough to respond to your questions.
But you have only 5 minutes.
Well, listening to Mina about Finnish perspective, it reminded me that we were discussing about Ukraine and Finlandization of Ukraine, and it occurred that we had a Ukrainization of Finland in the end. But honestly, first, thank you for inviting me and for allowing Polish voice in this region, because I have a feeling that for many years Poles had a stereotype of being Russophobic, which I think is absolutely not true. We are Russo-realists, and it's completely different. We are simply immunized from Russian propaganda by our history, and we read their intentions directly, and that's why it's easier for us to interpret what is happening in our neighborhood and how to prepare for it. And it was looking back from this very recent history, I had this incredible experience because Pulaski Foundation was asked by our American colleagues to evacuate some activists from Ukraine in the first days of war, and we established under our umbrella International Center for Ukrainian Victory, which maybe you've heard about, the Hania Hopko, Daria Kalenyuk activities around the globe. And we had this insight what was happening. So we've been a bit, for the last 3 years, more doers than thinkers. But it was very satisfying because the work that we did over the last 20 years, which was theoretical, suddenly was very practical and needed now for implementation. So our research about, for instance, military modernization of the Polish armed forces immediately became useful because there was a need what post-Soviet equipment is in the neighborhood. The policy paper about what Ukrainians could use on the first day and what is around was written in our offices. And so it was incredible experience to see firsthand how impactful think tanks can be, how impactful individuals can be, and how unmature our politicians are, and how unprepared they are, and how it's easy to manipulate them, influence them. And I'm encouraging all of us to not withdraw from our beliefs, because the fact that Ukraine is still existing, in my opinion, is the outcome of the first that they had their society prepared for it, that they bought the hearts of the international public, that made a pressure on politicians, so they didn't do what usually they do. So they didn't withdraw and say, we'll wait, we'll think about it. The pressure was so big. I've seen it firsthand with Secretary Blinken coming to Rzeszów in the first weeks of war. I was at this meeting, and they were not interested in helping, honestly. They were, not even sustaining, just waiting and observing. But the pressure was incredible, and what was useful were the delegations of congressmen and senators coming from US, were not representing the government, and they came there and they said, well, we are here because our constituency asking us why our boys are not there helping those poor Ukrainians who were attacked. And those politicians, of course, pragmatically, they decide, okay, let's go to the Ukrainian experience so they could get to the Rzeszów. And they met with Ukrainian advocacy representatives, and they asked how we can help you. And they said, well, no one is from politicians helping us much from the government. So those senators, 1 hour later, they took Mr. Blinken for a coffee and asked, Mr. Blinken, you have to do something. We have to do something. And then the process started moving. And then there was a press conference when Mr. Blinken said something different than before, and so on. So I'm telling you that the impact could be incredible. And getting back to your question about the Polish perspective, NATO, 2014, like Mina mentioned before, was a very, very symbolic date for the perspective on our regional security. When Crimea was taken in silence, we realized that there is no understanding what is happening around. And we were at the time thinking about establishing Warsaw Security Forum in Poland as a platform to share the Polish Russo-realistic perspective on the threats for European security. And we're thinking, well, let's go it was appealing to have a Munich Security Conference approach. Wow, let's have Lavrov at the table, or Putin speech or something would be great from the, organizing perspective. Wow, what a show. But from the security perspective, we realized that divide et impera is that what works the best, and Russia is using it on a daily basis. If we'll give them a platform to speak, they will use it for the propaganda to divide us. So we can invite them to discuss in our premises once we will feel that we are unified among allies in NATO and EU. And there was not this feeling that we speak with one voice. So we decided that Warsaw Security Forum will be from the beginning a platform where we equalize the level of knowledge how to create a common strategy towards Russia. There was no common strategy towards Russia until 2022. were all divided from the beginning. And it was a very effective tool of influence by Russia. So for the last 11 years, we were doing. And only on 2022, in February, there was a brief moment of reflection when delegations from Germany, France, UK, and US were coming to Rzeszów, because it was a Ukrainian capital in exile for the first year at least. All the diplomatic missions moved to Rzeszów and all from Kiev and so on. And it was a moment of reflections where politicians and advisors from all the capitals of the West were coming and saying, well, we came here to learn because you Poles, in the end, you knew something what we didn't see. So tell us what's the Polish perspective on it, and so on and so on. And then we had Polish elections, so we screw it all. And so we lost the momentum right now after the last elections. We are regaining it again. But the outcome is we have right now the process of building the largest army in Europe, the third largest army in NATO after US and Turkey. And it's the answer what our neighborhood means to us. Unfortunately, it's not a secure neighborhood, and history repeats in our neighborhood. And from our perspective, this neighborhood will shape not only our immediate neighbors, but the whole global Western alliances. And this is something what is concerning me. Recent advocacy visits to Washington, D.C. Were a bit sobering, particularly meeting with Republican colleagues who were not seeing connection between victory of Ukraine and American relevance to its partners globally. They don't see this connection. The only moment or argument which was working was China is observing. And if Ukraine falls, China will take a lesson and you will have a problem in the Pacific. And then they were suddenly waking up and, okay, maybe let's pay some attention to it. But they were much more concerned about southern border. Of course, from their perspective, Ukraine is out of area, southern border is a local problem. But honestly, why the southern problem is working there? Because people want to aspire and go to the wealthy country. But if Ukraine fails, there will be a domino effect. We will not buy our security insurance in US. Our big 4.2 GDP defense spending budget will not go all to US, will go to South Korea, will go to Germany, France, UK, and prosperity in US will shrink also because of it. And many other countries in defense and other areas will follow the same model. So motivation to emigrate from the south to north to the US might be different, but I think this is not the way the US colleagues want to solve the problem of the southern border. So I think it's better to prove that you have a credibility by defending your values in a country which is really affected by very pure conflict, if you can say. The response globally was so vivid because people seen evil, good, aggressor and victim. And me as a Catholic from alumni of Catholic school, listening to the Pope saying that, well, let's both sides withdraw. I'm sorry, sitting between women saying that, but when you see a rape, you don't ask both sides to stop. You ask the aggressor to stop. And this is so clear situation. And well, we are happy to be in NATO for 25 years. And we are very happy that our colleagues from the North are joining us, because I believe that perspective of our Northern colleagues is closer to the Polish perspective more than our colleagues, unfortunately, from Germany and many other Western countries. So I believe it is strengthening the eastern flank. And this is a strong message to Russia. And this is another proof that red lines of Russia are not valid. So how many red lines we've heard? Finland joining NATO will everything will happen. You cross the border, everything. And so I think it's strengthening and it's a successful story from the Polish perspective, and I believe that it could be a prosperity also for other countries, including Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Kadri, you have been following Russia's turbulent relations with Europe for many years. I mean to remember that one of the last bigger publications that you published was about the growing normative gap between Europe and Russia. And we also know that from the Russian perspective, but also many Western experts and scholars have put the issue of NATO enlargement on the top of the list of the most contentious issues in relations between Russia and the so-called collective West. How do you see this situation developing in the future, having in mind that Russia still is very skeptical about NATO and about NATO enlargement? Now NATO enlarged to involve two countries that traditionally belong to another club of nations. What do you read from the Russian statements and from the following Russian public debate, what the future is going to bring, how Russia is about to deal with this challenge of the ongoing war, and how Russia is going to try to rebuild its relations with the West after the end of the war and after the Putin era is going to be there. Please share some of your thoughts with us. We know that it would take not only one-day conference, but many days conference, but please feel free to use those 8 minutes to share your thoughts.
Ah, now it's 8 minutes.
8 minutes.
Used to be 5.
The topic is as huge that.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit ironic to be representing Russia, sort of.
No.
But I mean, NATO enlargement, it is very sensitive issue in Russia. That said, I think when it comes to Finland and Sweden, that did not make big news in Russia. I think that had been sort of priced in always. In Finland and Sweden were nominally neutral countries, but Moscow knew very well that that was a sort of strongly Western-leaning neutrality. And Moscow also knew that it lacked any leverage to stop these countries from joining NATO if they so chose. So we have seen very little in terms of reaction. One thing that I think we are seeing already, and as a reaction to that, and might see more in the future, is hybrid activities. I think Russia is trying to signal to Finland, Sweden, but also other NATO members that don't expect that you can be arming Ukraine and feel carefree, happy, and safe in your own countries. So we see incidents that didn't happen before 2022, like, I mean, Finnish border is largely closed. I don't know if there is any border crossing open, maybe not, yeah. And that was because weaponization of immigration from Russia. These things had happened occasionally earlier as well, but earlier it was always possible to settle them, to make Russia to stop it. Now, I mean, Finland had to resort to closing the border. Or when I look at Estonia, and I come from Estonia, I think Estonia was on the receiving end of Russia's hybrid activities early on, so between 2005 and 2008, when Russia only started experimenting with interference in other countries' foreign policy. Then we had the front soldier crisis and things like that. In contrast, it was my impression, I might be wrong, maybe I don't know everything that has been happening, but it was my impression that from 2014 to 2022, Russia was remarkably restrained when it came to the Baltic states. And I think that was because Russia didn't want that area to become securitized. Moscow was trying to signal that we have an issue in Ukraine, but we are not trying to restore the Soviet Union, conquer the Baltic states, etc. And now I can see that that is changing. I mean, recently Russia moved these buoys on the Narva River, that is border between Estonia and Russia. And I don't understand why they did that. The only reasonable explanation I can have is that they wanted to make us uneasy. As simple as that. Signaling that, you know, we are here, you should watch out. And I think, you know, hybrid things probably of that kind we are going to see more, because Russia lacks the self-restraint it might have had before 2022. I have also argued that, you know, whatever impact it had on the US election in 2016 was not quite intentional. My theory is that hacking and leaking democratic emails was Russia's way to try to send a message to President Hillary Clinton, whom they expected to win and be a really tough president when it comes to Russia. So they wanted to signal that, see, you are vulnerable to us too, so watch out. And it ended up bringing Trump to power. That was probably unintended consequence, which also Russia failed to capitalize to the extent they may have wanted. So what I'm trying to say, it wasn't like all-out interference back then. However, now Russia's standoff with the West has come so total that I think many taboos they set themselves early on are now falling. I mean, murders, sabotage, all that we are already seeing, and I imagine we will see more of that. Things I'm not quite prepared to talk to, but some other people in this room can. Military posture. I'm sure Russia will adapt its military posture to reflect the fact that Finland and Sweden are in NATO. And there could be regional tensions. You know, if Russia feels that its connection to Kaliningrad is somehow endangered, or passages from Kronstadt, St. Petersburg to Kaliningrad or out through the Danish Straits, then I think we could see local military crisis as well. But longer term, I think, of course, Russia's strategy will be not to try to offset the effects of NATO enlargement locally, but rather to try to achieve a world order where the dominance of the West and importance of NATO as such are a lot smaller. I don't think that was the intention from the start. Probably Russia started the war in Ukraine hoping that Kiev will fall in 3 days and it will not wreck Russia's overall global relationships, including that with Europe and the West. However, when Kiev didn't fall in 3 days, Russia condemned itself to a standoff with the West that is now really a major and deep one. And I think they are doing everything to make the West a smaller power in the future, because that's the only way for Russia to emerge as a victor from that war and to enjoy the spoils of the war, because otherwise it will always be sanctioned by the West. Sanctions will always be hindering Russia's economic development. So to make a victory in Ukraine not to be a Pyrrhic victory, but a real one that presumes diminished role of the West in the world. That is the logic. And when you ask how are they planning to rebuild their relationship with the West or Europe, I don't think they are really thinking about it. I mean, some people among expert class might, but it really depends to what extent these people believe the West to be there as an actor in the future. Some do, some don't. And one thing that I always also keep in mind ever since February 2022, whatever you hear or read by Russian experts, and it's not like they are all doing propaganda and trying to confuse us. No, there are excellent scholars who actually speak their mind if you catch them in a proper trusting setting, etc. However, they don't know Putin's mind. I mean, in February 2022, Putin surprised them as well as us. None of among Russian foreign policy class expected the war. And so when I see them discussing relationship with the West in the future, and there is discussion. Many people suggest that after US elections there will be attempts to negotiate with the US, try to settle Ukraine, etc. I always ask myself, is Putin thinking the same? Or is that just experts trying to be rational about the situation? And maybe Putin, you know, he has been in power for 25 years and he had that disastrous COVID isolation. He really has made himself to believe the sort of things that are not common beliefs among Russian establishment, not to mention beyond. Stop here.
Yes.
I just wanted to comment on that. Oh, thank God, this microphone at least is working. I just wanted to comment on the border marker question that you mentioned, because I found that was one of the most fascinating hybrid incidents this year. So I have no classified information on what actually happened, but it looked to me very much like a case of blame the intern. Because it started with this document appearing on the website of the Russian Ministry of Defense, suggesting that the borders, maritime borders with Lithuania and Finland should be reassessed. And then it disappeared after some hours, after it had created a fuss in Phoenician, like Baltic media. And the Kremlin actually was very, sort of like, the comment was more of a no comment on that. And then the reaction to that was very interesting, both in Finland and in Lithuania and the other countries around, because we totally sort of like psyoped ourselves into thinking that this was some kind of move of a mastermind and now they're coming for us. Although I really think that it might have been an oversight, like not intentional to put this document there in that very moment. And my own interpretation is that then they went to Estonia and shifted these border markers to make it look more intentional, because they realized that they have a thing here, that the information dimension of this worked really well, because we all totally panicked.
Mm. It can be. It can be. And you know, sometimes they are doing these things really unintentionally. I remember, I think it was 2017, when the transponderless flights were a topic, and Russia wanted to discuss that, and they invited regional countries from the region to Moscow to negotiate, and they invited countries bilaterally, including Estonia, and they invited us in August. You know, in Estonia, invitation to Moscow in August. That is very much an echo of 1939, but of course Russians don't know that. Or I later had the chance of asking Sergei Lavrov, you know, why did you invite us in August? And why did you invite us bilaterally as opposed to with NATO? Because, you know, Estonia doesn't even have fighter jets. It's all NATO fighter jets that patrol Estonian sky. Lavrov said, yeah, well, it was clear that, you know, Russians just lack sensitivity to that historical context, understandably so. But in Estonia, you know, certain dates, certain phrases, certain things make everyone uneasy, almost automatically.
We know that prior to the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, Russia presented two documents on their vision of the kind of European security order that would fit Russia. I expect Russia and some other actors in Europe also to have some thoughts about what security architecture in Europe is going to be built after the end of those hostilities. Kadri, you have already said that there is not that much of a debate in Russia about those questions, but this must be a very central topic in Russia, because they decided to send the young boys to Ukraine to die in huge numbers on the battlefield in order to achieve something. And my expectation is that they want to change the security architecture in Europe to their liking. What this security architecture could be and what implications this could have for those countries that decided to join NATO. We remember that when Russia presented those documents in December 2021, the idea was somehow to roll back NATO to the borders effectively from 1997. Is it still something that Russia wants to achieve, or are there any other ideas guiding Russian policies when it comes to building the post-war security architecture in Europe. We don't expect Russia to disappear, so Russia is going to be a factor that other countries must factor in their strategic calculations. But what are the signals coming from Moscow about the wished security architecture in Europe in the post-war configuration?
That document you mentioned, it still puzzles me. I don't understand why was it presented like that. I mean, one option is that they never intended to really negotiate, and that was just an excuse to go to the war, possibly. At the time, I didn't think so. At the time, I thought that was a large opening to sort of try to test and see what can be discussed with the West. And actually, many things could be discussed, because if you remember, Joe Biden offered to Russia that, if you don't invade, we could discuss security, including, armament limits in Ukraine, etc. And it was actually, it was clear that Ukraine would not be invited into NATO. I mean, debate in the West was rather who should spell it out. Zelensky wanted the West to say that we will not accept Ukraine. The West wanted Zelensky to say that, no, we don't want. It was kind of childish. NATO enlargement for Ukraine was off the agenda at the time. So what was that document intended to achieve? And did Putin actually know that diplomacy was working? He was actually achieving many of his ends through that negotiation process. Someone as experienced as Sergei Ryabkov surely could tell him, but was he receptive? I don't know. I mean, I hope I will live long enough to actually read the archives when they open. I would be really curious to learn about that story. As concerns the security architecture of the future, I don't think Russia is debating it in any serious manner right now, largely because Russia sees the West as a moving target. They think we are declining. They think they are advancing. How far exactly or what exactly will happen, and the role that China will play, that is all up in the air. And also developments on the battlefield. I mean, it's still unclear how the war will end, and that will have implications on the security architecture. So my instinct would be to say that Russia sees the current moment as a moment for destruction. That's when old arrangements collapse or are destroyed. And you can see that actually also in how they don't really engage in strategic talks with the United States. They signal very clearly that you cannot expect that we will discuss nuclear weapons with you while you keep arming Ukraine against us. They refuse to compartmentalize. US has tried to keep the strategic dialogue going while disagreeing on Ukraine. Russia is not having any of this. And my question also is, to what extent is there any part of the treaty base between Russia and the US they still want to keep? Or is it, who cares? We will build a new and better one once the dust settles. But mostly I think they are focused on winning the war, and diplomacy comes after the war. So also, if you look how marginalized the Russian foreign ministry is in Russia's political system, that actually shows you that they are not really intending to discuss anything in a serious manner anytime soon. It was very illuminating to me when I read biography of Anatoly Dobrynin, legendary Russian ambassador to the US, and he joined the MFA training in 1944. That was when Stalin had realized that the war will soon be over, we will need good diplomats to discuss the new world order, and that inspired a new intake of people into foreign ministry. So I think when we see Kremlin investing a little bit more in diplomacy, then that might be one of the signs that they are getting ready to discuss something seriously, or maybe not, because Putin's mindset could also be different. You know, his world is world of Yalta, where you just need Churchill and Roosevelt to discuss matters, and your policy is backed up by special operations rather than diplomacy. So, you know, maybe I'm waiting for that sign in vain, but in any case.
I think that one of the objectives, and it's not only my thinking, I think that I have read it in many Russian documents, and this could also be read from many Russian statements and measures taken by Russia, that undermining the cohesion and unity of Western institutions like NATO and the European Union is one of the short-term objectives, because the expectation is that once the unity is gone, then there is not going to be unison approach towards war in Ukraine, and the Western support to Ukraine is going to disappear, and this will facilitate Russia achieving its kind of objectives towards Ukraine. But we know from the recent history that undermining the unity and cohesion of NATO is not something that only Russia has played a part in over the past decade. We are most probably going to see the results of the elections in the United States, and to what extent Russia is waiting for Trump to come back, and what impact Trump is going to have on the internal cohesion of the West and on the West's ability and willingness to provide support that Ukraine needs in order to not lose the war. Zbigniew, maybe you could share some of your thoughts about the impact of the elections in the United States. We know also that there is a kind of Polish card being played in the elections. There are two forces in Poland, one most probably preferring Harris to win, and the other one still having some thoughts about Trump and his possible positive impact on the situation in Europe. How does issues look like from the Polish perspective? What the impact of the elections in the United States is going to be on European security and transatlantic cooperation, that are two things that the Polish current government is very interested in, and which is also something that is going to impact on the situation of many other governments.
Thank you, Jakub. It's a very relevant question. We are just almost a couple of days before the elections. Well, there's a common question, what keeps you awake at night? I would prefer that this question is reversed to Russia, what keeps them awake at night, and the answer is NATO. Unfortunately, it's not always like that, because the strongest pillar of NATO is US. I was once at the close meeting of one of the Baltic country, meeting with one of the presidents, woman president of the Baltic country, and there were American colleagues, some generals in it, and she was asked by one of those American colleagues, well, are you happy that our troops are right now in the Baltic countries? And she said, yes, she's very happy, but I'm not so excited about the gentleman that is sitting in the White House, and I'm not sure that that he knows where the Baltic countries are. And I didn't understood it precisely at the time, but someone from MFA of this country came later to me and said, well, there was a meeting of 3 presidents of Baltic states with President Trump, and when he entered the room with his 3 presidents, he started bashing them. Oh, how you could do this and that, you know, those atrocities, fighting among each other and so on and so on. They were looking at each other, what is happening here? And then someone came, no, not Balkan countries, Baltic countries.
Oh, okay.
So he had his knowledge about the Balkan countries based on his probably education from his wife, but not necessarily the knowledge about the region. So it matters who is in the White House. Just a few weeks ago, I was meeting in a Heritage Foundation with some of the senior leaders of them, and they said kind of decalogue of Mr. Trump, what he likes, what he does not, and what we should do as Europe and so on. And there was one important thing to me when they said that for Mr. Trump, who is a transactionist, when Europeans are spending its money on defense in frame of European projects, like EU, for instance, it's a red flag for him. You know, for me, clear answer is if Texas is spending on defense, it's not against the United States of America. But but these are the differences that we can expect. Depends who is in the White House. From the Central Eastern European perspective, I believe the answer is clear. That Kamala Harris is more convenient for us. I'm not saying that she is the best candidate for president for the United States. I'm talking about our pragmatic interests of the region. First, you don't change the leader at war. The transition of the political establishment, it will be anyhow with the change of the government, but it will be even more and longer and deeper if we'll have a change from Democrats to Republicans. It's the first one. Second, if you take a look at advisors, because it matters in this case, J.D. Vance with his national security advisor, who is kind of, I was sharing it yesterday, that it's a man of Yalta and Potsdam mentality who would trade us for some pennies immediately. This is scary to me. And Mr. J.D. Vance has no competences about foreign policy. So the advisor is influential. And on the other hand, we have Kamala Harris and Phil Gordon, who is national security advisor to her. And this is a gentleman, even at least at the Warsaw Security Forum, we hosted him twice or 3 times. He said that, wow, it opened his eyes of the significance of the region. So he was not educated, but at least right now we can say that he knows something about the region and he is more genuine about it. And if we take a look at some gestures to have a peace in one day, come on, who believes in it? I can imagine that someone could sell us in one day, yes, but not to get a victory in one day, because that's what matters for our region. And on the other hand, we have Mr. J.D. Vance criticizing Ukraine extensively, and Mr. Walz, who is signing cooperation agreements with regions of Ukraine about rebuild. So the answer is quite easy. If you'd make a step back, 8 or almost right now 12 months back, 6 months it took, or even more, for House of Representatives to adopt the bill for Ukrainian, the bill to support Ukraine. 6 months. It mattered. It was that time that was given to Russia to fortify trenches, which was then the reason why the counteroffensive was not effective. We know from the Polish perspective what liberum veto means. And we know the consequences, which in our case it was 123 years of Russian occupation and losing the sovereignty. So in US Capitol, when we've seen that there is a support for this bill, but still they were not able to pass it for 6 months, wow. If this is the projection of Republican policy on Ukraine and the region, I vote for Harris. But it's their decision. And the answer to it is, we are Europeans. We have to think about what we can do. So that's why Poland is building a large army. That's why we are thinking about European projects. It's not against US. Actually, it's fulfilling Mr. Trump's request. Take care about your own security. And we know this saying that either you pay for your security or someone else will do, but you might not like it. So we want to like our feeling of security, and it's better to have it in our own hands, not to be dependent what American voters will decide about our chances of having a strategic partner or not. So this. But at the same time, just one reflection to what was said before about security architecture. Well, yes, I can imagine cooperation with Russia, but first, there cannot be peace at any cost. There must be a genuine peace with defense of our values, not sacrificing sovereignty or independence of the countries, because then it's against our values. Then it will be invitation for other authoritarian regimes to move forward. But if I think about what Russians will have to experience, they need to experience, many experts say it, they need to experience a collapse of their leadership, because this is the only moment when the people that were oppressed have a chance to feel that there is a justice. If they will not have the perspective of justice, apathy in the society will be permanent, and we cannot see in Russia a partner to cooperate with. So there has to be a moment of justice for those that were sacrificing or protesting against the regime in Russia. Without Russia experiencing this kind of transition or momentum, there is no hope. And if there is no hope, I don't have a hope that it is a trusted partner.
Mina,
thank you.
Mina, you represent a country that has benefited greatly from collapse in Russia, as all other members of this panel do, because both Poland regaining independence, Estonia getting independence in 1918, Finland getting independence in 1918, all those countries were reborn or born as a result of the collapse in Russia. But still, you joined NATO for less than 2 years ago, and then we face a situation when NATO, due to developments not necessarily caused by Russia, but by the internal dynamics in the main NATO country, United States, can become much less relevant. And one of the ways of addressing this uncertainty is to strengthen the European leg of security policy, of security cooperation, which is already happening, but also after the enlargement of NATO to Finland and Sweden, the Nordic dimension of security could also get some new boost, because we know that traditionally there have been several attempts at boosting security cooperation among the Nordic countries, but due to the fact that Norway and Denmark decided to join NATO in 1949, while Sweden and Finland decided to stay neutral, this was not the case. Now we have a situation where all the Nordic countries are members of NATO club, and 3 of those Nordic countries are members of the European Union, and Norway is working very closely with the European Union on many strategic aspects of cooperation. So could you say a few words about how this NATO membership of Finland and Sweden can boost this Nordic cooperation on security, since we all face this more challenging Russian policy?
This is actually a very, very nice question. Thank you for that, because one of the most positive side effects that Russia's disastrous decisions in the past years have had has been this new momentum in the Nordic security cooperation and defense cooperation especially. So there's a lot of momentum, there are a lot of happening. It's sometimes even hard to stay up to date because so much is happening. So if until the Finnish and Swedish decision to join NATO, Norway and Denmark were a little bit holding back in the NORDEFCO format, the Nordic Defense Cooperation format, now they are very forward-leaning and very eager to build this actually even go into not only cooperation but even integration of our military forces in the region. And it's very vital also in this region, because if you look at Finland, Sweden, Norway, we are all large countries in terms of territory, but with small populations, and that's quite a challenge in terms of territorial defense. That's also the reason why Finland has kept up this conscription-based reserve army, and why also Norway and Sweden reintroduced conscription after having paused it after the Cold War, and are trying to also increase the number of their available troops. So that's very important. Like maybe one of the most significant developments was in 2023 when the Air Forces announced that they will start integrating their forces into this kind of really interoperable force, like not one joint Nordic Air Force, but nevertheless to have the ability to really flexibly operate in the whole region. And of course NATO has now also the new regional defense plans, where the Nordics are one sort of like joint operational area. So there's a lot happening there, and a lot of things are going into the right direction. And I would say that also the Nordics have been like outsized supporters of Ukraine. So also, of course, like Poland was incredibly important, especially what you mentioned in the beginning with this old Soviet equipment and other things that Poland was able to give. Also the Baltic states, their support was incredibly important in the beginning, and then the Nordic countries have really stepped up over the past 2.5 years, and now the Nordic countries in total are, I think, the second largest military supporter of Ukraine after the US, because in terms of just military support, the Nordic countries have supported Ukraine with more than, for example, Germany, although our combined GDP is significantly smaller than Germany's. So that has been very important, and what has happened there, for example, is also in terms of defense production. So the lack of ammunition has been a huge issue for Ukraine, and it would be for all of Europe. The Nordics have, for example, really invested in the production of ammunition in the region, both for the regional needs and for Ukraine. And there's this EU comes into play here with this one of the best acronyms, ASAP, Act in Support of Ammunition Production, which has been utilized here as well. So that's like one of the most positive situations. And then maybe to get back to one question that Kadri actually posed about, like the Russian reaction to all this and military adaptation. Russia already in I think it was late 2022 when Shoigu announced that Russia will re-establish these two military districts, Leningrad and Moscow, very close to the Finnish border. However, so far from Finland, we don't see anything materializing there yet. So it seems that these districts are still very much in Excel only, and Russia has not been able to yet reconstitute its power. So there was an assessment by the Finnish military intelligence that they have like withdrawn, or like not withdrawn, but drawn to Ukraine about 80% of pre-2022 troops and equipment along the bases at the Finnish border. So this is a significant reduction in the military capability, which leads to actually this very funny discrepancy between Finland and Sweden, that in Sweden there's been a lot of talk about the security situation being the worst since the Second World War. And in Finland we're kind of like, it's never been better, because there's much less Russian military capability at our border, and we're in NATO, and our own armed forces are also now better equipped than ever before. So it really depends on the perspective, whether the glass is half full or half empty. But yeah, so and the Nordic countries are like here, the developments are very positive, and it's precisely also what you were talking about earlier, that we are trying to also signal to the US that we take our security seriously, and we do try to sort of make sure that we are able to be the first responders in our own region. And in Finland, we are fully aware that with or without NATO, we will have to defend ourselves first and foremost, and then we're happy if somebody comes and helps out at some point. But like that's sort of it. And what comes to this risk about the US maybe withdrawing or not being as effective as has been hoped, in Finland the support for NATO is incredibly high right now. In opinion polls, it's somewhere around 85%. So we're very much still in the honeymoon phase, I believe. But on the other hand, there is also this growing like concern, of course, for the results of the US elections, and there's this understanding that it's not only a Trump problem, it's not only a problem now, but it will be also in the future. Like if every 4 years, like the whole alliance is in question and so on. So there's a little bit this kind of feeling that like, were we so late to the party worry that we kind of missed the party by joining NATO so late, and then maybe the whole thing kind of like just well, I would like to believe that NATO is stronger than that, and that the US also pulls through, but there are great uncertainties about that.
Since we are talking about the party, I think that we need to open for audience, because we have only 10 minutes left, and the topics that we have been discussing are so important for many in this room that I would like to first open for the audience, and then maybe we will have some time to have some concluding remarks. Please feel free to ask any possible and impossible questions. We will do our best to address those questions in the highest, in the best manner possible. Yes, Matthew. Guy. Okay.
Yes, thank you for excellent discussions. I have a question concerning hybridity. Kaderlik was touching upon this. So this is something that you definitely could see also in other areas of the Baltic region and also in the high north. So more specifically to the representative from Finland, there is the issue of migration and border issues, for instance. So what are the concrete challenges that you're facing on that particular issue, and what are the response mechanisms? Thank you.
Maybe you can answer.
So yes, there's. This was actually one thing that Finland expected Russia to do as a response to the NATO membership, because actually you did mention it, but this was not the first time that Russia did such an operation at the border. The first time was in 2015. It was along the Finnish and the Norwegian border with these so-called bicycle refugees that came on bikes over the border, and that was the first test case, and then the same strategy was utilized also at the Polish and Lithuanian, Belarusian borders, and also I believe Latvia to an extent. So since 2015 and 16, when at that time, as Kadri also mentioned, it was still possible to sort of solve it with Russia in a bilateral way, but now one reason why Finland just closed the border and didn't even try going about it this way was that like no Finnish president wants to call Putin at the moment. Like there's no interest in doing so, and so the situation was that as soon as the war started going better for Russia last fall, like about a year ago, after the Ukrainian counteroffensive in the summer of 2023 sort of like didn't result in as much gains as was hoped. As soon as Russia had capacity left, and there was a very clear correlation, I think, here, because until then we had been sort of like wondering in Finland, like why didn't Russia do anything about us joining NATO? And also during the period when we were waiting for the accession, nothing basically happened. We even had less airspace violations than normally, so it was kind of weird. And so then they started, and they started bringing like large amounts of migrants to the border and taking away their, mostly from Northern Africa and Middle East, and taking away their papers and then sending them over the border to the Finnish side. And Finland reacted, and this had been actually in preparation since 2015, so also the previous governments, these were not only the current right-wing government, but the previous center-left government had already worked on the changes in the border laws so that this would be possible in the first place. So there had been quite a lot of preparation work put into this to be able to respond in this fashion. And the border has remained closed basically ever since. Now, the trickier question here was then over the summer, this very heatedly debated pushback law that Finland now has. So there has always been this issue, not only in Finland, but also in Poland and also in Southern Europe, that pushbacks are illegal. So Finland tried sort of like paradoxically to legalize the illegal pushbacks by sort of legislating a law that is also in contradiction with our own constitution, but that was made as an exemption to the constitution, so that was all right, but there remains this unfortunate contradiction to international law and human rights. So this shows that there's also this moral and legal dimension to this question, that it's completely impossible to solve it in a completely clean way that doesn't infringe on anybody's human rights, that is like in line with international law and probably your domestic law, and that also is like in line with your security needs. So this has been proven like really one of the trickiest hybrid operations to respond to actually because of that?
If I could jump in, because it's quite broad problem in Poland as well, the border control and the Polish Prime Minister initiative to suspend the right to apply for asylum at the border crossing with Poland, between Belarus and Poland. Not in Poland, but at the border specifically. I would say like this: we have weaponization of migration and we have weaponization of human rights. And unfortunately, our values are exploited by our enemies. And those international laws, which are about these aspects, are simply they were written in different times. We also we haven't had for a long time laws which were about hate in social media. But now we have, because it is a real place where people are harmed. And that's the same right now. Those immigrants are simply utilized as a weapon, human weapon, against the countries. So I think it's fully justified, however complicated it is. I was living in Australia and I've seen these Nauru trips, taking the boats with families to the kind of concentration camps. But unfortunately, realities are like this, that some violent countries, in this case Russia, are using it and instrumentalizing it. So we have to do something about it. But just one remark I wanted to make before subject about US and fact that we are spending and investing in our security. Fact that Europeans are spending and taking care about its security is not a success of the US. It's not a sign that they were effective. It's unfortunately a proof that they were ineffective, and they threatened us to the moment that we had to take care and wake up, which is in some sense, of course, good, but it's not American success. It's from political perspective, it was.
It's Vladimir Putin's success. In a way. Matthew, you had a question.
Very nicely. Does the mic work? Yeah, Zbigniew, you mentioned something about, well, you cautioned against a peace deal in Ukraine that would basically satisfy Russia's war aims, because this would, you equate that with the fall of Ukraine. And then you mentioned a domino effect. Now, of course, the domino effect or domino theory was quite prevalent in justifying the prolongation of the Vietnam War, and it was rather vague that somehow communism would spread through Asia. Subsequently, that didn't happen after the fall of South Vietnam, so, but I thought you might have a more clear articulation of what you mean by the domino effects in the context of Central and Southeastern Europe. Thank you.
Well, I think it's, for me, it's pretty clear, honestly. And the domino effect will be that if we allow authoritarian regime to change the borders, which in our community of values in EU and NATO are kind of saint, or at least we want to perceive them as really binding, then we'll have every other authoritarian regime to use it as an excuse to undermine borders in their neighborhood. And the first one, and we see it in Poland, you know, who are the very frequent visitors to Poland, are the Taiwanese delegations. There is a reason for that. They know that they are next. That if Ukraine loses significantly and Russia is not punished for their brutal attack, the Taiwan will be next. It's as simple as that. And for the whole American Pax Americana, it will be the beginning of decomposition of Pax Americana, losing credibility in Ukraine. And as long as American colleagues will not understand it, they are losing. It's a perception. You know, the difference between us as the West and Russians, that for decades we were naming Russia a challenge, a difficult partner, and they, in their doctrines, were naming us enemy. So it means that they were already winning because they were adjusting to the perception that we are enemy for them. So we can, that's why I mentioned in the beginning Crimea. Because, what was the fact that Crimea was taken in silence? It was the signal that our political leaders, unfortunately, were cowards, that they were not able to take the responsibility what is happening in their neighborhood and name aggressive war a war. We can use a different words which delegate responsibility away from us. But it doesn't change the wind. So if we don't adjust the sails, the wind will not change, We just have to, I think we are in the country of sailors, so you know what I'm talking about. I'm an old sailor.
I think that in the first place it's time to wrap up.
I will tell you, to conclude my remarks as the final words. There was a mentioning of Kosachev, someone mentioned. I asked him at the conference organized by Angela Stant in Rand Corporation in 2007, I think. And he was leading the delegation there, and I was naive youngster asking him, well, sir, can you envision Russia in NATO? Being a member of NATO. And it was the time when there was some crazy concepts that Russia, very, unique concept that Russia might consider being, it was the, NATO-Russia partnership agreement and so on. And he started looking into the ceiling and said well, we would have to do this, we would have to do that, we have to amend that. And then suddenly he he woke up where he is and, but of course we will never do that. Which meant that to me at that time, how I felt it, the reflection of Putin's policy is a reflection of rejected society. And this is probably our mistake, that we didn't find a way to have them inside, and that they are right now this bully that want to destroy our peace. And we cannot allow it. And with the Ukrainians, and this is the last story, with the Ukrainians, you mentioned that they were effectively absorbing this post-Soviet weapon. I remember one of the Polish, I will not use the name, but this was a woman, and Ukrainian women are incredible during this war as a policy advocates. And they were visiting Poland, and it was a cameral meeting with Polish politicians. And I was offering a tea, trying to be a gentleman. Do you want a tea? And she said, well, now I can drink a tea. And I said, what does it mean? And I said, well, it was Wednesday or Thursday. And I said, well, we arrived with our delegation on Monday, and I told your government that until you will allow transition supply of your 300, and then it was not clear how many, but it was more than 300 tanks, supplied to Ukraine, I will not eat or drink. But today I can drink it.
Okay, very good.
And it was announced later that Poland gave a green light. So they are worth to help them, I would say.
Thank you, all of you, for joining us here. I can also mention that we had also our own experience with Kosachev. He came to Norway on a kind of goodwill visit, and he started his conversation with the group of Norwegian experts working on Russia by saying that you must understand that if you don't do that and that, we will aim our missiles at your facilities in Vardø. This was his opening remark on the goodwill visit to Norway. So I think that, and what Kadri said about the role of Putin in the process of launching of the war in Ukraine is also something that is a very representative example of the different strategic cultures in the West and in Russia. In Russia, decisions, the most crucial and important decision was made by one man who even who was not supported by his closest aides. They were somehow forced to come with their declarations at this very famous meeting of the Security Council. In our countries, at least, we like to think that those decisions are taken by people who are accountable and know that they will pay a political price if they don't take right decisions. And I think that this is also a very good way of concluding this discussion. Thank you for coming. Thank you for taking an active part in this debate. And we hope very much to see you as many or even more of you next year. Next year we are going to have also a Russia conference, and we even know what the topic is going to be. The topic of the next year's Russia conference is going to be Russian power practices in the MENA region, but we will also discuss Russian power practices in the broader context, because what is happening in the MENA region is only one of the arenas where Russia...
But it will be about new government of Russia.
Oh, let's hope. Thank you very much for coming, and looking very much forward to continuing this discussion.